I feel like saying, remember us. It's been 19 days since we've been with you for Union University basketball. Steve Beverly here on the Ballpark Blitz Sports Network with Coach Mark Campbell to preview the first half of our doubleheader tonight between Union University's Lady Bulldogs and Christian Brothers from down in Memphis. Mark, it's good to see you back because it seems like it's been an entire season since we gathered for television. Let's talk about your road trip. You managed to come away with 3 victories, and it was, just a solid performance across the board. What did you take away from those games?
Good to play games. Steve, we still have a long way to go. There's time periods when I think we look really, really good, and there's other time periods we don't. And so just trying to figure out the areas that we need to focus on. The one thing I know is I'm really enjoying this team. And so that means a lot as well. And so if you enjoy them, they enjoy each other. There's a chance by mid-February you can be exactly where you want to be. And we have about a month to get that going.
Well, that's the time you want it to be clicking on all cylinders. And, of course, that's, as most coaches will say, we want the team to gel at that point. I want to preface this by saying coaches don't pick the schedules when it comes to the conference. And so you wound up with really a week here between games at this stage of the season. Good thing or bad thing?
Yeah, it's actually, we got one game in 2 weeks. Tomorrow's our one game in 2 weeks. Good thing or bad thing? I'll tell you tomorrow night, or tomorrow, when we play Christian Brothers, if it was a bad thing, but they're in a similar circumstance as well. But I know we have some things we need to work on. So I think that part of it is good. I think it's hard to figure out are you putting too much on their legs in practice versus playing games, getting a rest day, because most of our girls are only playing about 20 minutes a game, 22 minutes a game at max. And so that it's hard to know if you're doing too much. And so I do think we need to get better at a lot. It's allowed us to slow down a little bit, be specific, concise with the areas in which we have to improve. And it is what it is. I wish we didn't play over Thanksgiving and we have one more game during this 14 days. So.
Yeah, I have a lot of people, including myself, that would agree with you on that. But let's look at tonight with Christian Brothers. When you played them down in Memphis, it was a 10-point victory, and you had mixed feelings about that game. Tell us for people who haven't seen them or are not really familiar with them, what do they do and what do they do best?
Yeah, they're not very deep, but they have 3 or 4 players that are really good players. Play on most teams in our league. Play fast. They really don't have a stationary post, which for us, that's a difficult match because of what's pressing and having a couple of posts that are great defenders out in the perimeter. At the same time, we're playing a lot more small lineups than we were early in the season when we played them. And so they're just difficult because I think she does a good job and the speed. They're going to play zone, mix up zones. Our press was pretty effective at times, but going in the fourth quarter, it was tied. And so it was a very close game other than the fourth quarter.
When you look at a team like that you've already had one chance to see, even though it was more than a month ago, and coming into this one, how much do you look back at that game, or how much do you just focus on, okay, what do we got to do tonight?
We look at that game. I think seeing how people guarded things, they usually stay with pretty similar philosophies on how they guard the post, or what they're going to do, switching screens, how they guard certain sets, personnel-specific things. Their point guard really killed us last time. And so looking at some things and how that happened, I think most teams will look back at that one game more than they will anything else. And then kind of we look at also the last 5 games and how people have played in that last 5 games, because sometimes field goal percentage are skewed a little bit. Example would be Leah Church, who started off 5 for 22 from 3 at the beginning, her first 5 games at Union, and then has it been at 42% since then. I think it's probably better to look at that 42 than it is to get her at 36, which is a big difference in percentage.
Oh, yeah. When we talked to Leah, she said that it's really gets down to the fact she can feel it when that ball is getting ready to go in, as many good shooters do. Well, to wrap it up, give us your keys to the game tonight for your team.
Yeah, I think ultimately it's going to come down to Can we scramble at the end of the press and not give up straight lines and middle drives? Can we cause them problems in the press and be a lot more confident in it than we were the first time? Can we block out? Can we get more offensive rebounds than we were getting first time through the conference? Those are things we've emphasized this last week. Consistency and effort for an entire 40 minutes. If we could get the same effort for 40 minutes, that would be a great goal for us to have, and I think it would take care of all the problems we currently are dealing with.
Well, it's back to the floor tonight, and it's good because we always enjoy when the action is there. And so, Mark, wish you a lot of good luck tonight, and we will be going down to the floor momentarily.
Thanks, Steve.
And live from Fred DeLay Gymnasium on David Blackstock Court, here are your starting lineups for the Christian Brothers Lady Buccaneers. Darcy Duran, she is a 5'10 senior from Franklin, Tennessee. Selena Pruitt is 5'7. She's a senior, averaging 9 points a game. Jeremiah Montgomery, and she is a 6-footer from Gallatin. She's a sophomore. And Emily Jones, and she is one that puts up a lot of points, averaging 12.8 on the season. Montgomery, with that 15-point-a-game average, is their leader. She also averages 7 rebounds. And then Yaya Coleman. Of course, Emily is from right here in Jackson, went to USJ. And then Yaya Coleman, she's from Memphis, a transfer from North Carolina A&T, a 5'10 senior guard. Now for the Lady Bulldogs. It's the same crew that 19 days ago when we were last with you. That started then, they start now. It's the Lucas sisters, Shanique, 5'8 senior from Papua New Guinea, but now the family from Thailand, averaging 14 a game, leading scorer and rebounder for the Lady Bulldogs. Kisharna, her sister, from the same hometown, 5'11 freshman. And then Samaria Bug Thompson, she's from Dyersburg and is averaging 11 a game, a 5'6 senior. Bethany Dillard, and we'll be visiting with her between games tonight. Bethany, a 5'10 sophomore from Maumelle, Arkansas, averaging 8.5 a game. And Naomi Van Ness, the 6'6", originally from Dorchester, England, but she's lived in the States for 13 years, and so she sounds more American than British, as we are right now. And it's just about time for us to go down to the floor for the invocation and our national anthem.
Give back to
And it's time to meet the starters of these two fine schools. We say hello to all the moms and dads, the grandmas, grandpas, and all the aunts, uncles, and cousins, brothers and sisters, and very good friends of all of these young ladies as they play tonight for both schools. And I know you're all proud of them. That's Selena Pruitt from Memphis and Jeremiah Montgomery from Gallatin. And next up is the hometown girl from right here in Jackson, from University School of Jackson, Emily Jones. She goes 6'1", and then Yaya Coleman, I like her name, from Memphis. The transfer from North Carolina A&T, and now here come the Lady Bulldogs, and it is the Lucas sisters to come your way first. Mark Campbell, who just earned his 700th coaching victory, the fastest of any coach in the history of any level of college basketball to reach 700 wins. He's not going to talk about that a lot, but we will. There's Kisharna Lucas. Got to visit with their dad at a high school game earlier this week. Here comes Bug Thompson. And Bethany Dillard, she is our Between Games guest tonight, and you'll enjoy hearing her story. Now a sophomore, and then Naomi Van Ness, we've already had her on as an interviewee, and at 6'6", she will have a distinct height advantage over the tallest player that Christian Brothers has to offer. When these two teams met earlier in the season, Union won 63-53, but make no mistake about it, this Christian Brothers team is capable of pulling an upset because they led at halftime. And as Mark Campbell says, if we don't, as you see, a really excellent turnout is showing up tonight here. They haven't been here at home in 19 days, and it's been it's almost like we're getting accustomed to our surroundings once again. But I hope you're going to enjoy the entire doubleheader tonight here on Ballpark Blitz Sports Network. And our thanks, as always, to Stephen Aldridge, the ever-present Associate Athletic Director and Sports Information Director for Union. The jump between Montgomery and Van Ness, and the Lady Bulldogs will come down with it. Lady Bulldogs have ripped off another 3-game winning streak. They're 14-3, 12-3 in the conference. They are 2 games behind in the conference. And there they go. They fed it into Van Ness, and she overshot it. She was wide open on that one and just released it a bit too quick. Now, this is what they'll do. This is not typically a strong three-point shooting team. They only average 30% for the season. But as you just saw with Yaya Coleman, they can deliver. And they get out to the early lead against the Lady Bulldogs. They obviously want to exploit that height advantage that Naomi Van Ness has, and that's where they almost win again, but Bug lost it. They're down to 10 on the shot clock. And travel. Yep, Kisharna Lucas took a step before she went in with that. Sometimes players get such a determination, and before they put the ball down for the dribble, they jump. Union go into that all-court press that they will do all night long. The Lady Bucks are 10-9 and 7-8 in the Gulf South Conference. They're in 6th place right now. Union is in 4th, a half game behind West Florida, which will be coming to town next weekend. They go for another bomb, and they get it. They have 2 in a row as Selena Pruitt decks it. And Christian Brothers out to the early 6-0 lead. If you heard Mark in the pregame interview, he said, we respect greatly what this team is capable of doing, and if we're not on our game, they could do it to us right here on our home floor. The jumper for Lucas is not there, and Union starting out cold. And they're going to whip it way down. Let's see who they were completely asleep down the court, and I got a feeling Mark Campbell, as Emily Jones connects, Mark Campbell may be calling a timeout if the Lady Bulldogs don't deliver on this possession. And he's already gotten 3 subs ready to come in, which is not atypical because with this press on defense, he tries to get them in as quickly in and out as possible. And there you go. that curl layup that you have from Shanique Lucas, and Union finally on the board, but trailing 8-2 here in the first quarter. And they're working 2-on-1. That's Van Ness with another block. And for Naomi, that is her 9th block of the season. And going down and getting the foul is Bug Thompson. Foul is charged to Yaya Coleman. It really is good to be back with you. We've been doing some high school games in between our last visit with you on January the 7th, but it's just great to be back here at Fred DeLay. And unfortunately for Union, they are going to have another week off. They don't have a Saturday game upcoming as Bug misses the first of 2. No Saturday game this weekend, so they're going to be idle again until next Thursday night. And she delivers the second of 2 to make it an 8-3 game. And checking in for Union will be Leah Cauble, Leah Church, and Keely Robinson. The Lucas sisters remain. Strong first half did this Christian Brothers team play down in Memphis. They did a good job of breaking Union's press a number of times during the game. We're not even 3 minutes into this one, and they've got an 8-3 lead. And here you go, tipped away, not quite able to navigate the steal, but good defense, and leaving only 8 seconds left on the shot clock for Kisharna Lucas. And she comes out, and in to replace her is Lauren West. And they're going to have to hurry to get one in. They finally do. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And the turnaround jumper is short, and the leading rebounder, namely Shanique Lucas, brings it back down quickly. Mark has been really concerned about the fact that this team sometimes will get down early and put themselves into comeback mode in the first quarter. There's Church with only 7 on the shot clock. They've got to be aware of the clock. And Robinson's going to have to put it up quickly. And gets it. The turnaround spin, and she makes it an 8-5 game just as the horn went off. Almost stolen. West really gambled on one that leaves somebody open. And reverse layup, not there. She hit it right on the bottom of the iron. Jones just couldn't connect. She was too far underneath. And Union is on that bicycle going for the bomb. No, it's short. And it is Montgomery to come down with a rebound. She's a good ball handler as well as one of their taller players, but she's double teamed now. They're going to go for another bomb, and they get it. Emily Jones with 5. She's the game's leading scorer. And I'm the voice of her old high school, of University School of Jackson, and she is doing some damage to Union tonight. And trying to take it all the way down. Beautiful block. Sort of tentative on that drive was Lauren West. And they will get Shiley Morrison into the game. And for Christian Brothers, Carly Bates, who's from Arlington, Tennessee, and Callie Searcy. She goes 6'3". She's their tallest player. Transfer from UT Chattanooga. She is from Nashville. And we're under 6 minutes in this first quarter. Lady Bulldogs still trailing by 6. And that one, the iron was unkind for Leah Cauble. And the steal. They've got all kinds of advantages this time. And off the turnover, it is no less than Shiley Morrison delivering. So it's 11-7. And they got beaten down the floor. And Lauren West with the foul to block it. So they'll go to the line for 2. Each team with 1 team foul in the contest, and so Montgomery goes to the free throw line. That means we check out your Worthy Road Studios stats, and Montgomery is a 71% free throw shooter and short. She's one that usually delivers, and that's uncharacteristic for her to miss the first of 2. And connects on the second to make it a 12-7 game. Morrison, very good ball handler, very calm and composed with the ball. She's being challenged by Pruitt. As Mark said, Christian Brothers does not go as deep. It is Leah Church. No, way too high. They scramble for it, and Morrison comes back up with it. That's continuing the conversation down low. They got to get somebody open. Church puts it up again. That one, you can see that was tipped by Jones, and so no connection. And trying to carry it all the way and drawing the foul is Montgomery. She's aggressively attacking the basket. Foul again on Lauren West. She already has picked up 2. And we got timeout. 4:41 to go. Christian Brothers is on top, 12-7. We'll be back with more right after we pause for the cause.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Lady Bulldogs have seemed a bit out of sync here in the first 5 1/4 minutes of this first quarter, down 12-7. They got down 8-0. And so Mark Campbell is trying to stress some of the things that they can correct here in this huddle. The Lady Bucks, so far, 57% from the floor. And as we say, they have mastered breaking Union's press. They have hit 3 3-pointers out of all 3 attempts. Union, on the other hand, 3 out of 10 for 30%. And they have missed both of their 3-point opportunities, and neither one of them were very good looks at the basket. Union with rebounding, the edge is to no one. It's 5-5 at this stage of the game. Only 1 turnover for each team at this point. So coming to the line is Jeremiah Montgomery. And that was the hand of Buster Bulldog, in case you were wondering. Buster is right near our our free throw line camera. And Montgomery, as we said, 71% shooter, and she's 75. Now she's hit 3 out of 4, and it's a 14-7 lead for the Bucks. Don't be deceived by their 7-8 conference record. This team has been very competitive all season long. And floater does not go. Lady Bulldogs are just dead cold tonight. Bates comes down with a rebound and going for the big bomb. Nope. Iron unkind for Pruitt. Morrison takes her time with it. Union, and they got Van Ness back in, and so they've got an opportunity to try to exploit some height advantage here. And going on the drive, and Cersei rejected that, but that was after the shot, and the foul was called. Mark Campbell and Sean Blackburn, the brain trust for the Bulldogs. Union will play it underneath. Emily Jones checks out. Now watch Lucas, that deceptive speed, and she just completely turned it on. It's like she was at Talladega when she put that one through. Coleman loses it, and that's again Lucas with another steal. Lady Bulldogs getting the original 5 back in and going all the way down, almost nailing it was Bug Thompson, but she'll have an opportunity for 2. The foul is charged to Carly Bates. So the Bug goes to the line. She's improved that free throw percentage, and she is up now to 70% on the season. She had been down in the low 60s for a while. Oh, the 5'6" senior. And gets, that was one of the more unusual bank shots. We'll give her a Bank of Jackson free throw on that one. Lady Bulldogs have finally closed it down to within 4 at 14-10 after getting down 8-0. And it is Cersei They're trying to get it underneath, and that one was a bad pass. And here you go. Let's see if she does that change of pace once again. Kasharna Lucas with a curl, and it doesn't drop. And it looks like they're going to call an over the back on Naomi Van Ness. No, they are not. Yes, they are. Union was, it looked like some of them were going to back down to the free throw line, but instead it's going to be CBU's ball underneath. These two teams, back when they were both NAIA schools, were in the same conference for many years, and then that one's a high-floating gambling. That was a Mississippi Riverboat gambler pass. They held on to it. 14 on the shot clock as they lead 14-10. Union has got the middle clogged up and travel. Cersei with a little bit too much of a spin on that one and dragged the foot. Van Ness will come out, and Keely Robinson will check back in. Lady Bulldogs have not led in this one. We got 2.5 remaining in this first quarter for those of you who aren't seeing the clock on E+ TV6, and that was too casual a pass by Bug Thompson. Bug has to be very careful because she's prone to turn the ball over. 2:20 remaining. And Coach Jesse Carmack setting the play. He was very friendly to us before the game tonight and helped us with some of her pronunciations. There's Lucas with a steal. That's tough in that middle, the way they clog it up. And the Bug knew that she was going to be attacked by Yaya Coleman, and Yaya commits the foul. And she will check out. And you got wholesale substitutions coming in now for Christian Brothers. So Thompson is at the line. She's 2 out of 4 from the stripe. She's the only Lady Bulldog who has been there tonight. And gets that friendly roll. So Union gradually shaving away at the lead. And she gets them both. Checking back in, Thompson will come out, and Leah Caldwell will check back in. Union back in the all-court press once again, and they're having to use speed to try to break it, but then they double-team the ball. And you're going to have a battle between Montgomery and Shiley Morrison, and then the three-pointer is there. They have not missed but 1 3 tonight. And Crawford, that's Chloe Crawford from Toledo, Ohio, who connects. She's a sophomore, and the lead is extended back to 5 once again. Robinson tried to set a screen for Dillard to get one. They're down to 10 on the shot clock. And big three. No. Iron was unkind once again. They scramble. It's going to be Union to pick it back up with a new 20. And they connect. So Lucas, she didn't get it the first time, but she got it that time. And it's back to a 2-point game, trying to go all the way down. And it was Pruitt who went all the way out of bounds, and the Lady Bulldogs with a chance to tie here in the final minute. For the three, Union leads it. Leah Caldwell with a 3, and Union has finally taken the lead at 18-17. You wouldn't know it the way this first quarter has transpired. This is not going to be the final possession of the first quarter. And Union's gotten the crowd into it somewhat. Got a pretty fair turnout for this early women's game tonight. They work one-on-one, and the turnaround is not there, and the rebound comes off to Kasharna Lucas. Now, they're going to have to hurry this one. They're down to 10. Look for Shanique potentially unless somebody's open, and they're going to have to get this one done quickly. Shanique's going to go herself. No, short. They were not organized at all on that last 12 seconds, and you can see Mark not happy because they were absolutely with plenty of time to deliver a basket, and he is having, shall we say, a mini sermonette. Okay, first quarter ends, and after trailing almost all the way, Lady Bulldogs lead it 18-17. We will be back right after we scoot for the loot.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Shall we say a very visual Mark Campbell, who was absolutely and within his mind justified as Buster Bulldog does a jig out in the center court. Lady Bulldogs had 12 seconds to deliver an extra shot, and it looked as though they were completely disorganized, and Mark let them know it. Nobody seemed to be in position for it, and so they lead 18-17, but there have been a lot of mistakes in that first quarter for the Lady Bulldogs. They're being outshot 46-35%. From three-point land, they've been outshot 80-33%. Free throw line, they've been outshot 75-67%. But they lead by one, 18-17, and here is Darcy Duran to throw it in. And they're double teaming, and Jones is going to have all kinds of problems getting rid of this one. And they're going to slow it down. This is Briley McMath from Georgetown, Kentucky, which is another hotbed of college women's basketball. They're down to 8 on the shot clock and trying dribble penetration and getting through the defenders and getting the second opportunity. Neither one of them fall for Cersei, and so Union the rebound. And here goes Thompson. Kasharna was open, but she's going to try to drive the lane. And Keeley with that curl, just too much on it. She was too far into the glass, into that square, and it went astray, and wide open for the three. It's short. And the foul is going to be on the backside on Duran. That is the first team foul of the quarter, and checking back in for Union, Shiley Morrison and Naomi Van Ness. Mark was doing a little dance down the side court himself. It's good to see more fans coming out for the 5:30 start of this game, and hopefully by the time the men take the court, we're going to have a good house tonight. We did not see a lot of that during December because the students were gone. And the curl is just not following for Kasharna Lucas. She's tried that, and I think she's probably extending too far from the outside. Trying to retake the lead after losing it in the last minute of the quarter, and traveling is charged to Emily Jones. So that is turnover number 6 for the Lady Bucks. And checking back in is Bethany Dillard. As I've mentioned to you, between games tonight, we're going to have a wonderful visit with this young lady from just outside of Little Rock, and you're going to love hearing from her. And, of course, at halftime of this game, Coach Dave Niven will give us the Bulldog preview of tonight's men's game. And he'll talk to us about the road trip that the Bulldogs had, that they lost 2 out of 3, but he said they got to learn more about who they are. The 3 is there. The jumper there, just casually taking her time. She had the opening, and Shiley Morrison, they give her a 2. They said she was on top of the back line, so it's 20-17. Only a 2 for Shiley Morrison. That one almost got away. And again, setting it back up again is McMath. 8 on the shot clock. I don't think she's going to drive against that combination. 3 is off the mark. And here comes Bug. Buzzing her way down, open for the 3. No. Threes are just not dropping with rapidity, and Bug lost that one, and Union will continue to play it. And checking back in, Keely Robinson. And Van Ness comes out. So Lady Bulldogs will play it back underneath. Going for win number 15 tonight. More importantly, win number 13 in the Gulf South Conference. Casual pass, but it finally gets into the hands of Shanique. And again, Dillard. Short. It just will not drop for Bethany tonight. She's missed all 3 of her 3-pointers, and there's a foul attempting to get the steal. And that's on Shiley Morrison. That's Union's first foul of the quarter. It's only the 4th team foul of the game. Checking out Leah Cauble. Leah from Oran, Missouri. And there's going to be one of those reach-in fouls, and Keely Robinson doesn't believe it, but it is. Keely trying to go for the ball and reached in. Mark having a discussion about it, but he won't win that argument. They finally get it into the inside. And the turn and fire, it's too hard for Coleman. Yaya just couldn't deliver it, and quickly back for the offensive board is McMath. Union on top 20-17 after falling behind 8-0 in the early going. Turnaround jumper is there. That young lady is so athletic, and Yaya now with 5. She's averaging 12 a game, so you expect her to deliver in the double figures tonight. 6:45 remaining first half. Live from Fred DeLay Gymnasium and traveling. That was one of those. Shiley Morrison was a bit indecisive about whether to go in for the layup or to dish it off to Shanique Lucas, and she just ended up taking a couple of steps. Emily Jones trying to get it delivered into Montgomery. Coleman came up with it instead. Jones is a great ball handler, and that's the offensive foul. Yep, Keely Robinson had position that time. So that's the second foul on Emily Jones. I know all the USJ folks and fans from here in Jackson are very, very proud of her in her junior year at Christian Brothers. Union slowing it down with 15 on the shot clock. And there's Shanique between 2 defenders and gets it. She got the perfect spin on it. She's going to have some help, though. That's 9 out of Union's 22 points, and some other people are going to have to step up. She's not going to be able to carry that load her entire self tonight. Union clinging to a 3-point lead. Fall-away jumper is there. Yaya Coleman, great athleticism on that. She spun right and then fell back left and delivered it. 7 for Yaya. And this is Robinson. They're keeping Union from getting a lot of inside shots. And look at, she released it too quickly. And Christian Brothers a chance to take the lead. McMath overshoots it. They scramble. CBU comes back with it. And here goes Yaya. And what is it going to be? It is going to be a defensive foul on Leah Church. And Yaya, hopefully this is just a cramp. But she's calling for help. They got her up. I hope that is just a cramp because she went down pretty hard. Keely Robinson will check out. And Yaya is going to insist on staying in. Nope, she's coming out. Yeah, she's still favoring that left knee, but I think it's just a cramp. She should be fine. Been seeing a lot of that in both college and high school basketball this year. And driving in on the inside and drawing the foul And that's going to send to the line for two and a chance to retake the lead. This is Cersei. And she ties it up. Cersei's averaging 7 points a game on the season. She's a 56% free throw shooter, but as many people say, when you get to Fred DeLay, somehow your shooting percentages always seem to be better, and that does. They're on a 4-0 run to make it a 23-22 lead for Christian Brothers. And remember, they led Union in their matchup at Memphis at halftime. Sort of a weave by Lucas. They're down to 8 on the shot clock. They're going to have to drive this one in quickly. Going for the bomb. Yes! Lauren West with her first 3 of the game. Cowboy Curling making his first cameo appearance on camera. He hasn't been on the court to wipe up or mop up anything, and you got the turnover. That is turnover number 8 for Christian Brothers, and as they do, we take time out. So, 4:34 to go. Union clinging to that 25-23 lead. We'll be right back after we leave the scene to go pick up some green.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
Buster Bulldog taking it a little bit easy. I know he's going to say that he's actually getting the calf muscles, a little bit of exercise there, but he's being casual about it. He has no weights on it. Here is your Ballpark Blitz Sports Network scoring update. Yaya Coleman has 7 to lead Christian Brothers, along with 5 for Emily Jones from Jackson, Tennessee. And then for the Lady Bulldogs, it has been Shanique Lucas tonight with 9. She also has 3 rebounds, 4 each for Shiley Thompson and for Samaria Thompson and Shiley Morrison, and 3 each for Lauren West and Leah Cobble. And Lady Bulldogs trying to extend that lead back. Largest lead that Union has had is 4. And again, this has been largely a defensive battle. Going for the big one. That looked short because it looked like her arc was way too high on that one for Lauren West. They hold Union. They've got to get out of there. And timeout is called because they were about to get into a cell they could not escape. Going to take another break. 4:11 to go. Lady Bulldogs still on top by 2.
Are you looking for a Christian college or are starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
So Union was on top 18-17 at the end of the first quarter after trailing for most of it. And it has been a 7-6 edge in this quarter. They try to go for the home run, and they may get it all the way down. Beating Bug Thompson was Jeremiah Montgomery. She has 5, and we are tied. Brand new game again with 4 minutes remaining here in the second quarter. And again, the guards have been so depended upon by Union, and if their shooting from outside is not on, and they're 3 of 10 tonight, and Robinson tries to go back outside to Thompson, down to 1, they had to put up a desperate, and a bank! A bank of Jackson 3 for Bug Thompson. And you could see the reaction from the fans there. They knew Bug had not worked on that shot like that in practice, trying an answer, and it's not there for Pruitt. And Robinson could not snag it. And they're giving Christian Brothers a lot of second opportunities at this, and they lose it. That's one of those that on the inside probably Montgomery would have been better versed to try to go in and put the shot up and get the foul off Union, but instead made a tentative pass, and so Lady Bulldogs will take it. 8th turnover now for Christian Brothers, and Union has picked up 9 points off those mistakes. You got 2 of the starters in the backcourt now. Robinson is in. Cauble is in. And let's see how Robinson plays this one against Searcy. Dangerous pass. And there you go. The curl was just not there, but Union with the offensive board and no foul. Cauble tried to get. Here's a steal. They've got 5 on 4, and they get it. It is a 3 for Bug, and she's got 2 in a row. And Union with its largest lead at 6 at 31-25. And going right through everyone and drawing the foul was Carly Bates. She just saw that opening and was not going to be denied. And for Union, it is the 15th foul of the quarter, and so that is going to put CBU in the bonus for the rest of the way. Lauren West is the only one in any kind of foul trouble. She has 2, but you got a lot of players with 1. 2 fouls each for Jones and Coleman for CBU. On the line is this young lady from Arlington, Tennessee. Went to Arlington High School and connects. Carly Bates is not one who hits the free throw line with as much rapidity as the rest of this Lady Buck team. But as you can see, well, she missed the second one, but she can deliver. And here they go. It's going to be too long. Shanique's not going to get it. The pass led her just a little bit too far, and as fast as Shanique is, she's been watching like a speeding bullet down the court, but she just absolutely cannot catch up with one that. She needs to talk to her sister about a little more of a touch on that pass. And that's going to be on Kisharna Lucas on the drive. So that's going to be the second foul on Keisha. And just as Union got a 5-point lead, this Christian Brothers team is fighting back to scale it because every foul is going to put them on the line in the bonus. And this is Montgomery. 71% shooter, and you expect her to deliver. The leading scorer, averaging 14.6 a game and 7 rebounds a game. And she shoots 48% from the floor. And they have sliced that 6-point lead in half with 2:11 remaining here in the first half. Robinson has gone more at the post than anyone else tonight. Under 2 minutes remaining. You can see down in the bottom of the floor as Shanique stops and pops. 33-28. You could see Coach Jesse Carmack trying to redirect her defense. This Union team relentlessly double teams the ball. Sometimes it's a gamble, and you got Van Ness back in to try to clog up the inside. And against 2 defenders, Pruitt, who only goes 5'7", manages to, she just nailed that one home to cut it to 3 again. And from the corner, the 3, it caroms off, and it's knocked out by Lucas. And the Union Bulldogs, who have been up in the stands to watch this one, they have, and they're a whole group of them that are cascading out of the gym right now. And Mark is screaming defensive instructions to them. got a chance to tie this game again, 33-30. And traveling. And to be candid with you, I didn't see it. But apparently they said it was a step taken. And you don't see Jesse Carmack making any argument about that. So we got just more than a minute to go. Cauble checks out. Let's see what the Bug sets up here. Keisha, big bomb. Yes! That's her second three of the game. She's 6 of 10 from the floor tonight, and Union is back up by 6. Shanique has been delivering, and they try and answer, and they get it. There you go with Montgomery. She's only a 31% free throw shooter, but she has connected well tonight. That's 10 points. She is their leader. Shanique Lucas is the game leader with 14. Bug Thompson with 10. And they are going to have to do better than they did at the end of the first quarter. Van Ness. And here goes Shanique. They got to hurry. Puts it up. Short. And again, Union. That one was blocked. What a block on that attempt to heave that one all the way down the floor. But the Lady Bulldogs, again, seemingly not organized on their opportunity to get the final shot of the quarter. They do lead 36-33, and they had 2 6-point leads during the course of the second quarter, but they go to the locker room only up by 3. Let me give you the scoring totals as we approach our break to visit with Dave Niven. For Christian Brothers, the leader is Jeremiah Montgomery, and this young sophomore, she shows so much promise. She is with 10 points. She's 2 of 3 from the field. She has a three-pointer, and she's 5 of 6 from the free throw line. That's where she has really delivered for them. 7 points for Yaya Coleman. Yaya sat out some of the second quarter with 2 fouls. And so you've got 5 each for Emily Jones and for Selena Pruitt. For the Lady Bulldogs, it has been pretty much the Shanique Lucas story with 14 in the game, 6 out of 11 from the floor, 2 of 4 in three-pointers, 3 rebounds. 10 for Bug Thompson. She's 2 of 3 and 4 of 6 from the free throw line. Bug's had a couple of three-pointers. But Union's got to have more help than just 24 points out of their 36 from 2 players. They got to have some more shots dropping because they're not cascading as you would hope if you're a Union fan for that to happen. Christian Brothers has to be very happy with where they are right now, only 3 down on Union's home floor here at halftime. So the coaches are back talking it over with everybody, and we are going to take a break because it's time now for the Union Bulldog preview as we do every single game in between the guys and the ladies game, and particularly the halftime of the girls game. We bring you Coach David Niven, and he will set you up with what you can expect from tonight's men's game. That'll be with us 27 minutes after the end of this women's game. So here we go. Coach Dave Niven and the Bulldog preview. Hello again, everyone, and remember us. We have been gone for a good while because it's been 19 days since we have had our last telecast of Union University basketball. We're back again at home, at least for a short flurry here. It's just one night before we got another week off after that. And so the Bulldogs will be taking on Christian Brothers in the second half of our doubleheader tonight. Coach Dave Niven joins us now. Dave, it's some people have said, and somebody much wiser than I has said in the past, it's not an easy road, and that is really applicable to the road of playing on the road in the Gulf South Conference. You're back off a 3-game road trip, and 1 out of 3, but you had another one that was a real close one that just got away. What do you take away from those 3 games that you just played on the road?
Well, I think it's
it's pretty clear you got to be ready to play well every night. And, we weren't playing our best basketball, during that stretch. Thought the one we won at Mississippi College was a great win. Could have easily come out and had a letdown after losing in overtime, 2 nights earlier. But I thought they responded well and played well. And that was good basketball that we played. We shot it really well. Bench came off and played and had a lot of energy. One of our better games this season. But we bookended that with not playing very well at Delta or West Georgia. And, West Georgia's up near the top. Delta is near the bottom, and there's not a real big difference, between the two. You just have to be ready to play well every night. And we didn't play very well on that road trip.
It's certainly an elite league without any question about that. You then had a week off. Here we are at that point, we're looking at mid-January, and suddenly you got a week off. Now, let me preface this by telling the folks at home that the coaches do not make the conference schedules. It's all done by agreement with the conference. But let's talk about this. Having a week off, good thing or bad thing at this stage of the season?
You never know. If we were playing really well and rolling, I would say you don't like having that show up when it does. I don't think it's ever a bad thing to be able to give you guys some rest. And this point in the season, we gave them the entire weekend off, Saturday and Sunday, last week. And, so that's rare. We'll probably do it again this week. Come back and practice on Friday and then give them Saturday and Sunday off. And so, you don't get those kind of things. Certainly since early October, since that we've had that kind of a weekend off. And so, considering we lost 2 out of 3 and weren't playing very well, it probably comes at a good time. Hopefully it gives us a chance to reboot and recharge. And, there's a lot of basketball left to be played. And I think there's a lot of good things that can still happen from this season. So, it's a little bit odd. We play one game and then we have another week off, and that's, you don't love that. You'd like to get cranking again. But it'll be good to be back home and we'll see how we respond to this time off.
Well, and the turnaround to all of this is then there's another, as you just alluded to a minute ago, there's another week off before you take to the court again next week, as we hit the February schedule. So, there's a lot of rest that's built in there, but I know it's, as you say, if a team is really on a roll, you hate to lose that competitive string that you're on right there. When you went down to Memphis to take on Christian Brothers, came away with a victory there. For people who aren't familiar with what they do, give us a thumbnail of what they could expect to see from Christian Brothers on the court tonight.
I think they play really, really hard. They move the ball really well. Play almost exclusively man-to-man defense. And, when we went there, Ty Parks played probably one of his best games of the season. Came out, I think he had 33 that night. Just really, really shot it at a high level and gave us a big cushion at the half based really on his play. He started off and had a great night for us. So, would be nice to see that again. You never know. We've got a number of guys that could have nights like that. That would be nice to see us come out and play well and shoot the ball well. Our ability to defend them and rebound is going to be really important. That's kind of who we've been when we've been successful. We've been able to get stops, and hopefully we can see some of that tomorrow night.
And let's also look at what you see as the keys to the game for the Bulldogs tonight.
Yeah, for us, it always starts with our defense. We need to be ready to defend. They've got guys that can shoot it at every position. You know, you don't want a team to feel good about seeing that ball go in from three. That would be an avenue for them to get an upset tomorrow, is if they came in and shot it really well from three. And so we're going to need to defend the 3-point line, limit them to one shot, which has been kind of an emphasis for us this past week on the defensive glass. And then offensively, it really comes down to taking care of the basketball. You know, some nights we shoot it really well, some nights we don't. I can't predict that, but I know if we turn the ball over, we put ourselves in a really bad spot. And so if we can take care of the basketball, even if we're not making shots, our defense can win a lot of games for us. But we've got to take care of the basketball on the offensive side.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, because I know, talking to many coaches, it's one of those things that you may have had a great practice, but somehow you can't. Let me put it this way. When you're there, let's say first 5 minutes of a game, can you tell whether the shooting form is there and whether it's really going to be a case that you're going to have to rely more on defense? Because a number of coaches have told me in the past, they said, I can tell it in about the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game whether we've really got our shooting hands on.
I don't ever look at it that way. I always think guys, I think the next one's going in. And so, I hope my players have that mentality. So if a guy's not making them, if he missed a couple good looks and I've got a good shooter on the bench, then, I'm probably going to that guy and said, hey, it's your turn now. But I rarely feel like, wow, we're just not going to make shots. I always feel like it's going to turn. We're going to be able to make an adjustment. We're going to be able to get the ball to a different place, to a different shooter, different kind of shot that will get it going. The concern I have is early in a game if we're not getting stops. That to me leads itself to, okay, this may be a long night. We weren't ready to defend. Sometimes it's hard to flip that switch. But certainly just my mentality, my thought process is always the next one's going in. So I think that needs to be every shooter's mentality. That may be still my mentality as a coach. But yeah, I don't ever look at it, from any other standpoint.
And there you go. Dave Niven taking us inside the coach's box and letting you have some of his thought processes where that's concerned. Dave, it's always educational for the folks at home and for me when we have the opportunity to be able to hear that from you. Look, wish you a lot of good luck. It's going to be, I know it's always going to be a very competitive game against Christian Brothers because they do leave it all on the floor. But we'll see you about 27 minutes after this one is over, and wish you, as I say, a lot of good luck tonight.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
And we will go to the floor next for your halftime statistics for the women's game between Union and Christian Brothers. So stay with us.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if fights upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
And tonight at midnight, for those of you watching us on E+ TV6, join us for the best of TV classics, as well as our daytime version that is now on every afternoon from 11 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. We're everywhere, including our regular Saturday and Sunday night editions. Right now, it's time for the BallGame Blitz Sports Network halftime statistics. And here we go. You can see a lot of the main offensive categories, Union is losing. Lady Bulldogs, 13 of 35, 37% from the floor. Christian Brothers, 10 of 23. They've been more selective with their shots, 44%. 3-pointers. Christian Brothers is having the better night. 5 of 9 for 56%. And this is a team that only shoots 30% for the season. So they're way above their average. And Union, 6 out of 14 for 43%. Free throws. All of these have been from Bug Thompson, 4 out of 6 for 67% for Union. Christian Brothers, 8 out of 10 for 80%. Rebounding. Union is losing the edge, rebounding 19-17. But here is where the game's difference is right now and why Union has a 3-point lead. Christian Brothers has made 11 turnovers to only Union's 5, and the Lady Bulldogs have capitalized with 15 points off those mistakes to only 5 for CBU. Now, usually if you got a 10-point edge in that category, you may be leading the game by anywhere from 10 to 15 points. But it's only a 3-point edge for the Lady Bulldogs tonight. That is your halftime statistics brought to you by, and there you go, our great friends there at the concession stands here, and they do a good job of keeping everybody hydrated all through the game. But the BallGame Blitz Sports Network always brings you the finest in stats, and we thank our good folks here at Union University for keeping us updated all evening long. It makes our job so much easier. Well, let's see what kind of adjustment, if anything, that Mark Campbell may make. He's got the 3-point lead, but I know he feels like it should be much larger than that. If you are Jesse Carmack, you've got to feel really good with where your team is right now because you've come into Union's home floor. You're out shooting them. You're out rebounding them. You've been making more mistakes, but you're still only 3 down. Lady Bulldogs will have the first possession as Kasharna Lucas will toss it in. I see down there at the bottom is Dan Griffin, who is the Director of Admissions at Union University and a big basketball fan. And as I mentioned, we've got a much better crowd than we were having in December around here, and that's a good sign. And Union's going to work it around the perimeter, trying to go in high to Van Ness. And she cast it off, and she's drawing the foul. And let's see if they charge that to Jones. Yes, that is the 3rd foul on Emily Jones, unfortunately for CBU. And I don't think Jesse Carmack, she is going to bring her out. So Naomi Van Ness, this is not her strong suit, but she delivers. That's her first point of the game on the season. Naomi is only a 41% free throw shooter. Second one rims off, and getting it, traveling is going to be called on Shanique Lucas. Fans don't like it, but that is the right call because she snatched it away and then went to the deck, and then when you do that, you're going to be called for it. So Union back into the all-court pressure, and Kasharna is all over her. They've done a good job of being able to break from this press. And there you go, Van Ness with her 2nd block of the game and her 10th of the season. Totally rejected that one. And Shanique Lucas was trying to argue that it should be Union's ball, but she will not win that argument. Jones is staying in there with her 3rd foul. It looked as though they were taking her out. Union staying in that man-to-man pressure. Mark does not go zone unless he sees an opening that may make a difference in creating more. Hey, that's going to be that's going to be one. Yeah, it was a double dribble. She stuttered and then came back and dribbled again. So turnover charge to Yaya Coleman. That is the 12th now on Christian Brothers, and this is crucial for Union to try to be able to capitalize off that turnover. They're going to Van Ness once again. She's underneath. She backs off and can't get it to go. And again cannot make it fall. And Lucas at short. They're going to have a 4th opportunity. It is Dillard. Yes! Finally, after not being able to get it wide open underneath, Dillard with the 3, and that's her first 3 of the game, and that's off the turnover. And Union with its largest lead at 7. Oh, my goodness, Coleman was in all kinds of trouble. Jones for the three. Can't get the answer shot, and Lucas with her 6th rebound of the contest and quickly down floor. And going to take it all the way with a curl. 16 for Shanique Lucas. You cannot give her that kind of opening in the paint. She will burn you almost every time. Pruitt hemmed up. And here goes, oh my goodness, and she's got it. And it's going to be a foot race. They got 1-on-2, and she'll change it up. And Dillard for the three, yes! And timeout called by Christian Brothers. Now the cylinders are clicking. Union up 45-33, 9 in a row to open the first 2 minutes of the third quarter. We'll be back right after. Again, we pause for the cause.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
And Mark Campbell has to be much more satisfied with what he has seen in the first 2 minutes. You got Bethany Dillard nailing 2 3-pointers, and I remind you, between games, we're going to have a wonderful visit with her, and I think you're going to enjoy getting acquainted with her again for this sophomore. But for Christian Brothers, it's been a shell shock in barely 2 minutes. 8 of Union's 9 points in this quarter have come off turnovers, and that gives them 21 for the game. And that was something that, frankly, was the difference in Union having a lead of 3 points at halftime. Emily Jones from University School of Jackson, she is playing with 3 fouls. They got another Jones on this team that's from Memphis, Isabella Jones, who had about 3 minutes of play in the first half. Union's defense has been almost surgical, but they left wide open. Nobody was there to cover Selena Pruitt. And Selena now with 7. So that ends Union's 9-0 run to open the second half. But as Mark Campbell says, you cannot put on the brakes just because you had a big flurry. Bug directing traffic. Keely Robinson now in, running the post. And Bug gets it. Now they're getting their 3-point shooting clothes on. 13-point lead for Union, and they are going to give it back to the Lady Bucks. And here comes new troops for Union coming in out of the pits. Shanique will come out for a bit. You got Leah Church in. You got Leah Cauble. And Shiley Morrison. So Mark going really what a 4-guard lineup now largely. Robinson can play both post and guard. And Jones had some trouble navigating it. And they go to the inside, and the foul is on Kasharna Lucas. And you can tell the fans don't like it, and Mark doesn't like it, but they say she did not have position. And that is the 3rd foul on Keisha. So at the line, it is going to be Carly Searcy. And they have brought some kind of curtain over, and the officials are basically telling them you can't put it there. It's over there, and I'm not sure what that's used for. I'm sure it's for some kind of presentation, but the official says you can't put it there. This CBU team, 9 of 11 from the free throw line. And as I say, Searcy is only a 56% shooter, but she's 3 for 3 tonight, 4 for 4. There's something about a healing process for bad free throw shooters when they come to Union. They seem to be able to forget all of their jitters, their yips, and they start hitting. That's what's happened to Searcy tonight. She's had a perfect night. In between the defenders and Keely Robinson will go to the line for 2. Now, Keeley struggles a bit from the line as well. Buster Bulldog. They would be a great tag team. Buster Bulldog and Cowboy Curling. Cowboy Curling. They would be perfect. And the senior gets a more than friendly roll. I would call that almost charitable. We had a great visit with her last season. And Keeley gets them both. And that's where the Lady Bulldogs need a lot of improvement. They're now 7 of 11 for the line. Or 8 of 11 now. Bank is not there, and it goes off the hands of Lauren West. But Union is seeing much more consistency now. They've outscored the Lady Bucks 14-4 in this third quarter, and most of the time for Union, the third quarter is the moving quarter. And nice little beautifully timed block, but the offensive board is there for Cersei. And we got timeout called. Union on top 50-39, and we'll be back right after we zing for the bling.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
We just had the third sermonette of the evening from Mark Campbell because he did not like at all the way they left CBU so wide open. And it was an effective 18 seconds, and then all of a sudden he just walked away, and I think he made his point. It was a triple exclamation point. Mark has 3 timeouts remaining. Jesse Carmack has 2. I'm going to be really interested in seeing what the performance is offensively after that definitive Campbell doctrine. So it's going to be Lauren West to toss it in. .6:23 to go in the third quarter. Union up 50-39. Leah Church thought about it. She tried a couple of threes in the first half that just didn't go. And that was short on the bank, but Keeley Robinson demanding the offensive rebound. And that one had no authority on it whatsoever, and Union coughs up 7th turnover of the evening. Church picking up Emily Jones in the corner. Now they're going to set it back up with 18 on the shot clock. Now, very deliberate by Pruitt. Now, this Christian Brothers team is not what you would consider to be a strong come-from-behind team, but they have to be very patient if they're going to do that. They're down to 1 on the shot clock, and that was nowhere near. And it did not hit. Again, for those of you who are not familiar with the rule, the ball has to touch the iron. It cannot touch the backboard. When you put up any kind of shot, within 30 seconds, it has to touch the iron. If it touches the net, if it touches the backboard, it's still considered to be a shot clock violation. And that's what happened there. Under 5.5 to go in the third quarter. Kasharna Lucas trying to work against Montgomery. Open, wide open. Bug decided not to do it, and Dillard does and gets it. Bethany has been ablaze here in the third quarter. That is 9 for her, and all of them have come on three-pointers. They almost threw it beyond midcourt, and they're scrambling for it, and it is a jump ball. Alternate possession will go back to the Lady Bucks. And Cowboy Curling finally makes his first on-court appearance in tonight's game. I wish we could have had the 700th victory on our network broadcast, but it was on the road. But let me tell you, no coach is any more deserving. And Emily Jones just worked it, tried to get the reverse layup, and Keely Robinson is charged with her second foul. Kasharna Lucas has 3 for Union. Yaya Coleman with 3. It is Emily Jones with 3. Yaya's got 2 for CBU, and Emily's going to the line. So far tonight, this is her first trip to the line. She is 2 of 5 from the field, and 1 of those is a three-pointer, and she gets her first free throw. CBU tonight, strong from the free throw line, 11 of 13 for 85%. What a great career she had with the Lady Bruins over across town. And here goes Cauble. She's got to hurry to get it in, and that may have been one of the worst situations tossing the ball in from out of bounds that I have ever seen a Union team execute. And they commit their 9th turnover. And the high arcing 3 is not there. And the connection now. Which way is it going to go? Going to the deck hard was Bug Thompson. So it's going to go back to CBU. Union commits its 3rd foul of the 3rd quarter. CBU is committed 2. Bug will check out and Shiley Morrison returns. So this is basically a 3rd opportunity at a basket on this possession for CBU. And getting that physical presence on the inside, and Cauble charged with the foul, and that will send Yaya to the line for 2. When they've sensed the advantage underneath, they do not hesitate to go and try to crash it on the inside and draw the fouls, and that's why they have been to the line more than Union has tonight. And Yaya connects. 75% free throw shooter. As we mentioned, this is a 71% shooting team, so they're no slouch at all at the line. They've cut the lead to 10. Shanique Lucas, the game leader, with 16. Bug Thompson with 13. And you got 9 for Bethany Dillard. Thinking about the 3 was Cauble. Now they're going to have to hurry. They're down to 7. Shiley, I don't think, knows how much time remains, and they're about to blow this one. And Shanique is not going to get it off. No. 30-second violation. And the sermonette continues. That is not something Mark Campbell, he just does not accept that or any excuses for not getting a shot off within 30 seconds. And a lot of that was, frankly, the Lady Bulldogs not being aware of how much time was on the clock, despite the fact that the bench was calling it off. And Emily goes right through everybody, and it hits the bottom. She's scrambling for that offensive rebound. They've had 3 shots at it and give it to Union. As Mark Campbell has said to me on more than one interview occasion, it's the little things that kill you. And you might say, with a 10-point lead, well, he should be feeling really, really good about it. No, when he sees execution not deliver, that is when he looks at everything and tells you that we've got to get better. Now, he still has a lot of confidence that by the time this team gets to mid-February, they're going to be rounding into really good form. And that one doesn't go. Leah Cauble tried one almost like a left-handed hook that didn't go. So a chance to cut it back down to single digits again for CBU, and they go to the inside. And there suddenly is Van Ness. And Jones will not get the Plinko drop. And they scramble. And the alternate possession will go this time to the Lady Bulldogs, and it gives them enough time to get Bug Thompson back in. With 3:04 remaining and Union on top 53-43. It looked as though this third quarter was going to be a scoring bonanza, and then about the last 4 minutes, it has really slowed down. Union put up 9 points in the first 2 minutes of this quarter to open up a 12-point lead. And then the offense has somewhat, shall we say, eased back. And Bug can't get it to drop. And it goes off of the fingertips of Lauren West. Keely Robinson checks back in for Naomi. And Union back in the all-court press. And they have to back away from it very quickly because they got 2 down the floor. And on the drive, that's Janique Lucas committing the foul, and that will be, it looks like it is going to be Union's, I don't know if they've put it up on the board yet. It is, whether it's the 15th, it is, so that's going to put them in the bonus. That is, and there's your cheerleaders tonight. They've been back on campus long enough that they want Mom to send them some money. Montgomery. Boy, she is just, she's more than money in the bank. She is like a blue chip stock at the free throw line. 7 of 8 tonight. And so they have scored 5 unanswered points. And Union has somewhat grown quiet, and there's going to be a foul away from the ball. But it's not a bonus situation for Union. That's only the third team foul on the Lady Bucks. Glad to have you aboard tonight, Steve Beverly, and our entire trucking company, led by the head of the trucking company, Paul Schultze, as we bring you Union University basketball. And the lead driver of the trucking company is my director tonight, Christopher Reasons. We need to have, Christopher, one of those truck horns that we play every time I say that. All right, Union with another 20. It's very hard to get inside the paint for Union tonight because they have really been challenging up front. Now there's 8 seconds to go. And Bug's going to try to kick it outside, and they lost it off. It goes off of the foot of, or was it off the foot of Christian Brothers? The Union's only got 2 on the shot clock remaining. They're going to get Van Ness in, and I know they're going to try to do here to see if they can get a big lob to the inside and get Naomi to put it up quick. But with 2 seconds, the pass has to be absolutely perfect. The last time they tried this, it went down, and that's what happened. It just was not high enough. And they could suddenly cut this back down. What a turnaround that almost went through, but the rebound to Bethany Dillard. Union's going to have numbers down the floor. It's 4-on-3. And they've lost the advantage. The power play just went away. And Bug is fouled by Isabella Jones. That's still only 4 team fouls, and so checking back in, Shanique Lucas with 1:43 to go here in the third quarter. A new 20 for the Lady Bulldogs. Union hasn't scored in 4 minutes. So it may take Shanique cranking the engine again. That pullback 3 that she has. 19 for Shanique. It's her third three-pointer, and an unfortunate pass for the Lady Bucks. And just losing it out of bounds. That's an unforced error, but the 15th turnover for CBU. And checking out of the game is Carly Bates. So Union with a chance to capitalize off that turnover. If they get one here, it could be 26 points off of CBU mistakes in this game, and that's huge. And they go inside to Van Ness. Instead, she feeds it off for the left hand. Good assist. And Shanique with 21. And she's only played 21 minutes in the game. And the offensive foul is charged to Selena Pruitt. That was excellent defense on the part of Lady Bulldogs to get back down the floor that quick and get planted. And Jessie Carmack is having a discussion with the official. She did not like the call whatsoever. But as I've said, whether it's Mark or Jessie, you don't win those arguments. Now with a minute to go in the third quarter, Union with a chance at its biggest lead. Finally, they've scored in spurts here in this third quarter, and Van Ness almost lost it. Now, Bug's going to have to crank the engine here because they're down to 8. And Shanique's going to. Iron unkind. And the rebound coming off to Jones. And trying to get it away, and that puts them back on the bonus. Each team is in the bonus. So Keely Robinson will check back in. And coming out is Lauren West. Shanique Lucas and Samaria Bug Thompson have 34 of Union's 58 points in this game. And when they're having an on night, that's great, but you can't just rely on two players to carry you on their backs. Well, they almost had that happen with one player in the past, and that namely was the great Amy Philomley Flores, who I watched one night put 42 up against Valdosta State on a night that her teammates were not in sync very well and carried them to a huge victory. All right, Union will play it for the last one. They have not been terribly successful in final shot opportunities in the game so far. All right, here goes Keeley. Now they're down to 8. It's going to have to happen fast. And Bug takes it herself, and it's too high. That's 3 times tonight they have had final shot opportunities, and it has not happened. But the Lady Bulldogs, as we see a future Lady Bulldog in the house here, 58-46. They put 22 on the board in that third quarter. We got 10 more minutes of action. And so we got to, if you're a Union fan, we got to hold them Lady Bulldogs. It's Union 58 and CBU 46. Your BallGame Blitz stat update. Christian Brothers shooting 34% from the floor. They've sunk from where they were at halftime. Union has gotten the edge of that 39%. And now the edge in three-point shooting. Union, that was really trailing in that category, now 52% from behind the arc, 11 of 21. Christian Brothers 5 of 13 for 39%. CBU still the edge in free throws, 85-70%. Each team with 28 rebounds, but the big key, 16 turnovers by Christian Brothers, leading to 26 Union points. And the lead is 12. Union won 73-63 when they played in Memphis. And it will be CBU ball to open the final 10 minutes. And you got to believe if they're going to make a rally, they can't wait until the final 4 minutes. They have got to be able to deliver it early. They got to show you, they don't have to do it all at once, but the first 2 to 3 minutes, you got to get this lead down to about 4. Emily Jones playing with 3 fouls. They're almost triangulating against her. Fall away. Line drive shot is there. Nicely delivered by Yaya Coleman, now in double figures with 11, and we are at 58-48. See my good friend Rex West standing in the stands now, trying to urge the Lady Bulldogs to continue this lead. Shanique, 3. 24 points for Shanique Lucas. 4 of them three-pointers. Half her points are three-pointers. And that bank was just short. Montgomery had the range, but she had the opening on it. It is Bethany Dillard, and it went on the front of the iron. But the Bug gets the follow. No fly paper can hold her when she gets that one. 15 points for Bug, and going for the 3. And that, again, is off. Another one-shot possession, which coaches will tell you it's the equivalent of a turnover. You can hold a team to one shot and get that rebound quick, and particularly if you come down and get a bucket. And here goes the Bug again and puts it up. That was a loop-de-loop type of shot. They're not going to catch Shanique on the offensive board. 5 on the shot clock. Not there. They'll have nope, they won't. Yes, they will. Because Bug was there for it. No. 4 opportunities, and none of them fell. And open is Emily Jones. Yes! Emily is in double figures with 10. Timeout. Your score, Union 63, Christian Brothers 51. Let's pause once again.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
And the BallGame Blitz Sports Network bringing you a lot of high school action tomorrow night. You can see it live on Facebook, YouTube, on the Worthy Road Studios page, everywhere. BallGame Blitz Sports Network, powered by Worthy Road Studios. All right. Union seemingly in the driver's seat, 63-51. If they hold on here, it will be win number 4 in a row. They'll be 15-3 and keeping pace in right now 4th place in the conference, but that's critical because it's the first 4 place teams. As if you're in those first 4 slots, you get to host a conference tournament game, the very first one, and then the remaining rounds are played down in Birmingham. And that bounce pass was nowhere there because the zone defense was really clogging up the paint, but Keely Robinson gets it right back. And here goes Shanique. They will not stop her. 26 points for Shanique Lucas. Again, that's 28 points off turnovers for the Lady Bulldogs. And they have now matched their largest lead at 65-51. CBU needs Emily Jones to let fly with some three-pointers as she did on one of the previous possessions here in the 4th quarter. Jumper is there. This Yaya Coleman is so athletic. I've got to believe that as she continues this season, she's going to be trouble for somebody. She's a senior, and you can tell her experience. There's Keisha Lucas with it. Let's see what Shanique does. Down to 10 again, and the team is calling out, and Mark Campbell frantically waving instructions. They have to hurry. Shanique for 3. No, well short. That was just outside of her range. She put one up from about 32 feet. And Mark was not happy with the execution on that play. Shanique comes out. Naomi Van Ness is coming back in. they have not really been able to exploit Naomi's height advantage in this game tonight, largely because even when she's double-teamed, she has not been able to. She's got 1 point in the game, but she's missed all 3 of her layup opportunities. And CBU still has 6.5 minutes to try to make this one a game, and it is Jones. And it caroms off. Van Ness the rebound. That's her 4th board, and they lose it right back. And Van Ness will commit the foul. So Naomi with her 2nd, and that's going to send Emily Jones to the line for 2. Checking back in is Darcy Duran, one of the starting guards, the senior from Franklin, Tennessee. And I've seen Mark Campbell's expressions in a lot of this game tonight, and even though he's got a 12-point lead, now 11, he's just seen so many things that I know he's going to say, we got a week off to correct before we come back home against 2 of the toughies in this conference. And those games will be next weekend. We'll tell you more about that as West Florida and Valdosta State come to town. All the way down for the layup is Lauren West. Valdosta State and West Florida will be coming in, and they have handed Union 2 of its 3 losses. Going for the bomb. No. Too far off, and jump ball, alternate possession, will go back to Union. That was excellent challenge by Leah Church. Say hello to Mom and Dad Church, who we met at our last home weekend. Morrison and Church will check out. And they're going to a bit of a half-court trap, which could be a gamble. Shiley. And they go into Naomi, and they get the screen. They get the 3. Lauren West with perfect form. She has 8. They've been a quiet 8 because they've been spread out through the game. Big bomb off to the right. And that's going to be an over the back on, that's going to be on Bug Thompson. That is only Union's 2nd foul of the quarter, and it's Bug's 3rd. That's her 2nd. And Emily Jones on the drive draws the foul, and going to the deck hard was Lauren West. And they say Lauren used the forearm on that one. So, and here you go with some more of the good folks back in the concession area. So Emily's going to the line for once again to try to pile them up, and she is in and out. Oh, my goodness. First miss of the evening for Emily. They are 19 of 23 from the free throw line, so you can tell how well-schooled they are from the stripe. Give them 20 of 24. And to Van Ness, and it goes off her fingertips. As we say, they have not been able to get that inside pass, and that's a Mark Campbell coaching technique. They've not been able to exploit that tonight. Lady Bulldogs by 14. Biggest lead was 15. And going for the bomb. No, well short. West the rebound, and here they come. And the Bug may take it down the lane, but instead it's from the corner. And she knew she missed it from the minute she got it. Van Ness, turn around, left-hander, and she'll go to the line for 2. 4:50 remaining. Union was on top only 36-33 at halftime, and then had much more of an explosive third quarter. So Nay goes to the free throw line. The 6'6" young lady from Dorchester, England. She's a transfer from the University of North Carolina and from Mercer University. And short. And Mark communicating with his players on the floor every single minute. The free throws are in progress. Naomi gets the second one. So Union matches its biggest lead at 71-56. Naomi will check out. Keely Robinson back in. Keely has gone a long time tonight in this game. She's played 21 minutes. Some more of the great fans who have made it out to Fred DeLay this evening. And Union staying in that press. Bug working against Pruitt. Big long bomb. That was almost out of the next county, but Crawford with her second three and slices 20% off of that lead down to 71-59. Mark has them spread out now, and you got rotation under the goal. Oh, off the foot. And the alternate possession is going to send it back to CBU. So Union with its 14th turnover of the game. That was a careless mistake. CBU has committed 17 turnovers and given Union 28 points, and Cowboys got to go out there and do his job. I got to see if I can trade hats with him tonight. I got a black one like that too. All right, just more than 4 minutes remaining, but this CBU team is not quitting. And a block by West and gaining control. And here goes the speedy Bug Thompson with a change of pace, and she will draw the foul. And that one is charged to Crawford. Bug has that deceptive change of pace dribble, and she's much faster than really you anticipate when she's there on the floor. The senior from Dyersburg, and tonight she's 4 of 6 from the line. Make it 5 of 7, 71% to match her season's average. And Bug looking around her to be sure nobody's sneaking from behind, and she gets them both. 73-59, Lady Bulldogs. You're not going to say they can cash the check yet, but they're right on the verge of it because the number of possessions are running out for Christian Brothers, and that's going to be on Bug. 4th team foul on the Lady Bulldogs. And for Samaria, that is... Now, that's interesting. The official stats say 3. They've only put up 2 on the board here, so I don't know what the discrepancy is. And here goes the steal. Goodbye, goodbye. Down the stretch she goes. And we have timeout on that definitive execution. Union's on top 75-59, 28 points for Shanique Lucas, back in 30 seconds.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, if you wonder what kind of night Shanique Lucas has had, not too good. 12 out of 20 from the floor, 60% shooting. She's had 4 3-pointers, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 28 points. Nah, just an average evening for Shanique Lucas. Here's another steal. And the foul. Oh, what a collision that was. Bug's okay, and the fans were a bit gasping there because I think they thought it was a worse situation than we potentially had, but that's only the 3rd team foul on CBU. And Cowboy has earned his pay tonight. That's 3 appearances, all in the second half. So Shiley Morrison to bring it back up. They're not playing as intense of a press. Down 16 now with 3:20 remaining. Here's Keeley, and she's directing that traffic. And may take it herself. Now they're down to 10. All right, Shanique is going to drive it. She hits one here. She's got 30.
And she's going to have to take it. Oh, just what's off the mark. Shanique is open. She wasn't open long enough to nail a three. And I don't think the fans in the stands know how many she has tonight. Morrison takes it down, and the foul is on Montgomery. That is her third. And they sliced it down to 2 minutes and 44 seconds remaining. Now, yeah, they're going to say she was in the act of shooting. So Shiley goes to the line tonight with 4 points. This is her first trip to the free throw line. And gets it. Union tonight, 11 of 15. They're looking better and better from the line. And both of them for Shiley. 75% from the stripe. Union has had 31 points off turnovers in this game. Big bomb is there. I can tell you, Crawford can put it up from almost anywhere on this floor. I wonder why she doesn't start. That's 3 3-pointers for her, and all of them have been long ones. Union by 15 at 77-62, down to the final 2:20. Shanique is going to kick it outside. And the three is there for Shiley Morrison. Give her 9. And now the supporting cast is doing it, and that pass was out of the range of even Cowboy Curling. He got it off the bounce off the wall. That's 20 turnovers for CBU. 2 minutes remaining. Union up by 18, and there they go. Give and go, and Lauren just released it too quickly, and nobody's going to stop this one. Easy layup down at the opposite end for Montgomery, and she has 14. She's the leader for CBU. So Lady Bulldogs at some stretches of this game looked as though that this one might be tighter than it has been. Second half, they have pretty well owned and traveling. Taking a step before she went in on the drive, and so the turnover is charged to Leah Cauble. Union's given it up 15 times tonight, but that is below their 16 season average. And Shanique is not going to get the 30 tonight. She comes out with 28, but she's earned her paycheck. And no, there's no NIL for Shanique Lucas. I'd love to see her get some. 1:20 to go. And Jones almost had it snatched away. They still got 15 on the shot clock. Reverse layup is not there. They caught her up defensively, and Union will play it. 67 seconds remaining. There is Cowboy Curling with the gold medal, the curling coach of Union University. If we ever get a curling team here, that's the guy who's got to be in charge of it. And this could be the last shot of the game that Union takes. There will be one more possession, perhaps, for CBU. And Bug is just going to take her time. Down to 10. You know, somebody's going to have to put it up. Bug's got to release it. Not there. And that is a 30-second violation. It did not hit iron. And people say, well, why is that a rule? Because they don't want players who just simply sling it up there so it can touch the backboard. You've got to actually have a shot that is going into the cylinder. So CBU, they fought hard for the first half. And big bomb. That's 12 now. You just cannot leave Chloe Crawford alone. And Union will not put one up here. This is probably going to be just to scout out the game time unless they get challenged. And Bug is just going to skate it out here, and no reason to do anything else. And that's it. Lady Bulldogs win it 80-67, despite a real challenge in the first half. But they came out in the first 2 minutes of the second half, had 9 points, and I don't know that I would say at that point blew the game open, but they took it from a 3 to a 12-point lead to go up 45-33, and then it was 58-46 at the end of the third quarter and won it by 13. Biggest lead was 18 points, 80-62. CBU with the last 5 of the game. Well, let's give you a rundown on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network scoreboard. And we'll give you the totals on this one as the Lady Bulldogs in their closing game prayer, led by Shanique Lucas, one of this team's captains. And Shanique, what a night we had from her, and we'll tell you about that in just a minute. It was a good night for Christian Brothers. 4 players in double figures, very balanced, led by Jeremiah Montgomery with 14. Emily Jones, our local girl from USJ, had 13. Yaya Coleman with 13 and 12 for Chloe Crawford, and hers were long bomb threes. She had 4 of them tonight, didn't miss one. And so that was their big guns during the course of the night. Pruitt added 7 and Searcy 6. And I'll run down the rest of the shooting percentages before I go to Union's totals. 39% for Christian Brothers. They were 19 of 49. Union finally got the edge and won the shooting race, 27 of 67 for 40%. 3-pointers, the edge goes to Union because they got hot in the second half and were really efficient from behind the arc. 14 of 29 for the Lady Bulldogs for 48%. It was not that way in the first half, believe me. And then Christian Brothers, 9 of 21 for 43%, but the big gun was Chloe Crawford with 4 of them. And in free throws, Christian Brothers, just excellent free throw shooting team tonight, well above their 71% average for the season, 20 of 24 for 83%. Union was 12 of 16 for 75%. Rebounding, Lady Bulldogs had the edge. They trailed at halftime in that category, but they had the edge 39-32 in rebounds. And in turnovers, Union coughed it up 15 times. Christian Brothers 21. Union 32 points off of Lady Buck mistakes tonight. That's not a season high, but it definitely was strong in the conference. And then 12 points off turnovers for Christian Brothers, and if you look at this being a 13-point game, that 20-point differential of gaining points off of turnovers is huge, as it often is for the Lady Bulldogs. Now, and Union also had 9 steals on the night compared to 6 for Christian Brothers. Now, for the Lady Bulldogs scoring, only 2 in double figures, but I will tell you, you had 9 for Bethany Dillard. She came in and hit 3 quick threes in the second half. She ended up with 9. We're going to be talking to her in just a few minutes. 9 points for Shiley Morrison, and she also delivered a 3-pointer as part of her mix tonight. 8 points for Lauren West. She had a couple of threes. So from the people who came in off the bench, it was very well-divided scoring. But Bug Thompson, 17 points on the night. She had 3 3-pointers. And was 6 of 8 from the free throw line. Her free throw percentage just getting better and better. She had 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal. So 17 points for Bug. And then, who else but Shanique Lucas? 28 points in the game. She was 12 of 21 from the floor for 57%. 4 out of 8 in 3-pointers, particularly hit some strong ones in the third quarter. And 9 rebounds. I mean, here you are with a guard. She's a shooting guard, but 9 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals. And out of those 3 steals, every one of them led to points. She got 8 points off of the steals that she collected in the game. And so there's no question who the player of the game is going to be. Shanique Lucas with those 28 points, but also 9 rebounds tonight to lead the Lady Bulldogs. Congratulations, Shanique. You are the BallGame Blitz Sports Network player of the game. Well, now we're going to visit with one of those Lady Bulldogs who came up with 3 3-pointers tonight and had 9 rebounds. Not 9 rebounds, but had 9 points. And she is delightful. She is from a town just outside of Little Rock, Arkansas. And she's somebody who is just, she's wonderful to get to meet. So we're going to let you meet her right now for our halftime And, well, it's not halftime. It's between games. It kind of gets up to you at that point. Our between game show is a visit with Lady Bulldog Bethany Dillard, a sophomore on this Union team. Let's visit with her right after this message.
The word excellence implies one or more standards of excellence by which to measure. We represent Jesus Christ, and there is no greater standard of excellence. Our approach to excellence has been validated, for example, by the careers of one of our graduates, who, while she was a graduate student at Duke, solved a theoretical physics problem that had gone unsolved for 30 years.
When I onboard new students, I share a story about why I chose Union. I chose Union because excellence matters, and I tell them that when you do all things to glorify Christ, excellence is the expectation. The class of 2020 had a 98% pass rate on the NAPLEX, which ranked us number 1 in the state of Tennessee. Nationally, it gave us a ranking of 8th out of 140 some odd colleges of pharmacy across the U.S.
The debate team has really helped me in all areas of my life, specifically academically. It's helped me to think critically because I don't get to choose which side of a topic that I get to argue on. And so when I go into my classes, I'm able to look at things from all angles and think critically about it. Being a part of the debate team that did win the national championship was really, really rewarding. Not only did we win the national championship, but we did it for our teammates, we did it for our school, but most importantly, we did it for the glory of God.
Oh, the more we get together, the more we get together, the happier we'll be. 'Cause your friends are my friends. My friends are your friends. The more we get together, the happier we'll be. The more we get together, the happier we'll be.
Bethany Dillard from the town of Maumelle, Arkansas. Bethany, nice to have you with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I got to start off by asking you about, now, most people maybe have never heard of the town you live in, but it's really right at Little Rock. Tell us a little bit about what it's been like to live and grow up in that part of the country.
It's definitely in the South. I thought coming to Tennessee that Tennessee would honestly be more Southern, but Arkansas definitely wins that round. I don't know. We're pretty close knit. My high school was really close. I enjoyed it. I honestly probably would move back to Arkansas when I get the chance.
So you went to Central Arkansas Christian School, yes. And that is, and as I understand it, that is a very, very strong academically as far as Christian schools are concerned. But also, you've had a strong athletic program there. What was it like playing for them and also for the academics of your school?
Oh, I loved every year that I got to play at CAC. I basically had the same coach since 7th grade, so we had a really close relationship. Academics were great. That's honestly, Union symbolizes what CAC does, so it was kind of an easy decision coming to Union after going to CAC because they're very similar.
I was going to ask you, as I've asked a number of the Lady Bulldogs, what it was that led you to come to Union. And so obviously what you just said, there was a big factor in that.
Very big. Coach Campbell is also another really big factor. our old assistant coach, Sarah Hammond, actually was the one that recruited me. But then that first call from Campbell, I was hooked after that. Easy relationship, easy school, easy choice.
Even when he's not happy with you guys, if things aren't going on. I mean, let's face it, Bethany, there are some nights, and Mark's even said this in an interview from time to time. He said, there are some points in the game that I'm not a very likable guy.
Very true. It's a very true statement.
But you all forget it after the game's over with.
Oh, yeah. Next practice, it's all brushed off, and we're good.
Yeah, that's the way it has to be. I got to ask you one more thing about your hometown, and that's the fact I understand you have one of the longest pedestrian bridges in the world there. Now, tell me, have you taken the opportunity any time to go across that bridge?
I have. It's been a minute, but I did when I was younger. A little more active when I was younger, so yeah.
A little more active when you're younger. I mean, my goodness, you're active all over the court now.
When I was younger, I played like 4 sports at one time, and then I had to narrow it down. So I'd say I was more active when I was younger.
What were the sports you played other than basketball?
Volleyball, softball, soccer, did some track. I really wanted to play for a football team, but they wouldn't let me. So
what were you going to do? Be a linebacker or a kicker?
I wanted to be the kicker, but yeah, I would have played either.
Well, we had somebody from Vanderbilt to be a kicker, so I mean, it has happened before, but they said no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
probably the best.
See, you would have come in and made history at that point, because I don't think we've ever had a woman kicker to come in and play for one of our teams before. Well, let's talk about this. You have been remarkable as a freshman on this team. Now, from time to time, we've had legendary freshmen who have come in. Michelle Street back in the 1990s, who was a Miss Basketball in the state of Tennessee, and she came in to play and started right off the bat for Union and was a spectacular player. What's it been like for you to come right in and be a regular starter on this team as a freshman?
It's definitely been an adjustment. I actually started as a freshman in high school, completely different in college. It's definitely I have a role that Campbell has pointed out to me, and it's just been up to me to fulfill that role. But the older girls have definitely been a leading hand in all of that. So not too much pressure, but still kind of some pressure.
You've had, in fact, there was a period in late December, early January, you had about 3 games that you led the team in scoring. And as Mark has talked about, you just absolutely are one of these people that there's no worry or concern about putting the ball in your hands in a given situation. But I wanted to ask you, since you're such a solid 3-point shooter, is there a feel when you're letting go of that thing and you know it's there when you're putting up a 3?
Oh yeah, definitely. When my fingers are on the seams and it has that perfect spin on it, I know it's going in.
And I can tell you about, and I didn't come along in the 3-point era, but it wasn't quite that easy for me in those situations. And you talked about having your role on this team, but you're looked on as well as one who can provide leadership, even though you're one of the younger players on this team. Tell me what it is that gives you that confidence to be able to do that and to be in that situation.
I'm definitely putting a lot of trust in God with that. He gave me the ability he gave me my voice, and it's up to me to use my gift that he gave me. But Coach Campbell definitely has my back on that. He emphasizes all the time, use your gift, use your gift, use your gift to better the team and better others around you. So that's where my mindset is on that.
Now, the Valdosta State game was one that it was a tale of 2 different games. And for our viewers at home who perhaps maybe didn't get a chance to see it, Lady Bulldogs were down by as many as 16 in the first half and then made a dramatic rally in the third and fourth quarters to win it 59-56.
but there was a point late in that game that you get fouled and you got 2 shots. And I have never seen somebody, I don't think anywhere as a freshman, who just seemed like, nothing to it. I'm just going to put them up. And at that point in time, you were shooting 94% for the entire season. What is it about free throw shooting? Because some people don't do it well. What is it about free throw shooting that you just seem to be absolutely comfortable?
They're free shots. I mean, we shoot them all the time in practice, and after every workout that I would do when I was younger, I'd shoot free throws. Even when you're tired, you got to shoot free throws. So I think that kind of prepared me for the late game situations where put me in this situation, I'm going to make the free throws.
When that happened against Valdosta State, were you as calm as you appeared to be to me and those who were watching from the stands?
I'm going to say I was. Maybe I was a little nervous, but I mean, I got it.
Hey, and just to think 3 more years of this, it's going to be something else to see you progress in that regard. Let me talk to you a little bit about your family and what that has meant to you as you were coming along. And tell me about your brothers and sisters, whatever, and just give me a little thumbnail of the Dillard family.
Oh, the Dillard family. There's 5 of us. Well, there's 6 of us now. My brother got married last year. 2 older siblings. They're twins, a brother and a sister. My brother definitely helped me. Honestly, I think he helped me the most get to college because he roughhoused with me when we were younger. He kind of pushed me a little more. My dad was my coach since 3rd grade, and then he had to let me go in 7th grade to my high school coach. My mom she's my backbone. Anytime I have a problem, I go to her. The college decision, definitely, they helped me through it, but then they let me make my decision.
Now, I have to ask this because I ask it of every Lady Bulldog that I interview, and that's this. Archie had twins that were older than you. Who got picked on the most in the family?
When I was younger, it was me. Now, me and my brother are a little bigger than my sister, so we kind of pick on her a little more, but it's fine. It was definitely me.
Now, tell me, how about your siblings? Were they athletes as well?
They were in high school, but neither of them went to college to play.
I know they got to be proud of you doing what you're doing now at Union.
You would think. They might not admit it. My brother might not admit it, but my sister's got my back on that one.
We'll have to have a conversation with your brother on that because that's a classic story right there in itself. Tell me what your Union experience has been like, not with athletics, but just the university as a whole. What has that been here in your first months as a student on campus?
Oh, I've loved every minute of it. The staff is amazing. I really chose Union because of the class size. So like I have every class with maybe 20 people. The professors are amazing. If you have a question, you just go up to them or even email them. Some of them even they gave me their phone number. So like when we have to miss a game, it's nice. We have this thing called Union Cup, and our houses are in it. And right now we're in the lead, so we're gonna hopefully win that. Competitive, have to win. But yeah,
you're competitive on everything. I can tell that.
Very much so.
Bethany, tell me about this aspect of life. Of course, you went to a Christian high school, and now you're at a Christian university. How much is that vital to your life?
Oh, that's my number one priority. Put God above everything else. I mean, he's the one with all the answers. Maybe we don't know everything that's going to happen. I obviously didn't know what my future has in store. I still don't. Got to put my trust in him and let him lead the way.
Now, let's talk about your major at Union. And if right now you had to say what you would like to do after you graduate, what would that be?
I'm majoring in exercise science, and hopefully after Union, I'll get into grad school to become a physical therapist. That's what I want to be right now. That might change.
Yeah, it always changes. But, that's interesting because we have a number of former Lady Bulldogs that have gone into physical therapy. In fact, a couple of years ago when I had a shoulder issue, all of a sudden here is Laura Duck, who was a former Lady Bulldog, and she was my therapist.
She put me through. Laura was really, really good, but that's always interesting because we just sometimes take for granted the number of people that have to have rehab, and you get closer to my age and it's going to get even more so. But to have young people to continue the supply chain of young people to go into that field, what is it that has motivated you, at least for now, to consider that?
I'm very competitive, and my older brother roughhoused me, so I've had a lot of injuries. So I've had my fair share of physical therapy, and I don't know, ever since I was younger, I've just always wanted to help people, and being a physical therapist, I can help athletes that were like me. So it's kind of staying in the business.
How about your teammates on this Lady Bulldog team? This team seems to really enjoy, and I've over 30 years, I've had a chance to watch so many of them come and go, but this team just seems to really enjoy being with each other off the court as well as on. What is it like with your teammates?
We have a very special team. I honestly thought coming out of high school I wouldn't have as close-knit friends as I did then, but this team is just, it's something different. Everyone knows everyone. We're just that close. I was fortunate to have 4 other freshmen come with me. So there's 5 of us. So we're all really close. And hopefully we all stick together and finish out these 4 years.
Well, I think there's no question about it. It's always exciting when we have a group of new freshmen who come in because, in fact, I'll never forget, I told you about Michelle Street. I'll never forget the year that she and 4 others, they called themselves the Fab Five when they came in. And I'll never forget, I looked up and it was spring semester, and I look up in my speech class, and all of a sudden there's the entire Fab Five in there. And I said, this is a sinister conspiracy for me to have all of you at one time. But that is really, we always enjoy seeing the new young women and men that come and be a part of this program because you all bring so much to the table. Last thing before I let you go is, what do you hope in the long run is what you take away from your experience at Union when it's got plenty of time, but it goes by very fast? What do you hope to take away from this?
Oh, that's a tough one. Hopefully I take a lot from it. I mean, I've already gained a lot from my experience already. I think leadership, I can still learn a lot more with that. And I hope to learn a little bit more about ministering to some younger ones and maybe even some older ones. So hopefully when our new freshmen come in, that I can be that light or that path for them to help them on their journey.
It has been so much fun to visit with you and to learn more about you, and also to find out about how your brother roughhoused you and caused you injuries and everything that goes along with that. You wouldn't have a sibling relationship if that didn't happen. Bethany, it has been really a joy to visit with you. You've brought so much to us already this season, and I wish you a lot of good luck as we go down the stretch toward tournament time.
Thank you for having me.
That's Bethany Dillard, one of our freshmen on the Lady Bulldog team, and she is one of our starters. Well, it's about time for us to get cranked up with the men's game between Union and Delta State. So let's go down to the floor right now as we get you ready with the starting lineups.
On Steve Beverly's TV Classics, we put Andy Griffith first.
For Underwater Adventure, we put Sea Hunt first.
For Marriage and Family, we put Ozzie and Harriet first.
For Anyone Named Snooky, we put Your Hit Parade first.
For People Who Dye Their Hair Red, we put Lucy first.
On Steve Beverly's TV Classics, we put George and Gracie first.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics, Saturdays and Sundays, 7 to 10 on TV6, where old reruns come first.
And Buster Bulldog leads you back live here on David Blackstock Court, and he gets the fist pump from that young lady up in the stands. And after the Lady Bulldogs with their 80-67 victory over Christian Brothers, and we might mention before we go to the starting lineups of the men's game that the 28 points that Shanique Lucas had in that game was a season high. And her biggest one up to that point was 23. And it is a tremendous night. Her career high was 32. But it's tremendous because she played 24 minutes in the game tonight and got 28 points. Just tremendous, this young lady. If she's not all conference at the end of the season, I don't know who is. Well, it's time for the men's half of our doubleheader with the Union Bulldogs coming in against Christian Brothers. Let's give you the starting lineups first. We're about 3 minutes away from tip-off. For the Bucks, Aiden Ruthsatz. He is a 5'9" graduate student, and he is averaging 11.1 a game by a nose. He is their leading scorer. Luke Godowski. He's from Nashville, went to Father Ryan High School. He's a 6'3" sophomore, shooting 52% from the floor. Slate Garmany, and he has 40 assists on the season. 15 is his number, and he is a 6-foot senior from Pelham, Alabama, transfer from Mississippi College. Nick Deifel, he's a 6'3" graduate student, so you got some graduate experience on this team. He is from Cincinnati, and he averages 11 a game. And then Daniel Luce, who averages 9 a game, and he is from Clarksville. He's a 6'6" sophomore, and those are the starters for Coach John T. Riley. Now, here are who you're going to see for the Bulldogs tonight, and I just found out momentarily ago we got one change out of this group tonight. No, we don't. They had posted here on my sheet, but it is not a change. This is who we're going with, is the regular 5. We saw for a minute the possibility that it was Yvonne Prug being inserted into the lineup, but he'll come off the bench. This is our regular 5, and these are the ones who will start. JT DeBuck, 9 points on the season. He's Mr. Everything with the basketball. From Broward County, Florida, Jalen Johnson, the 6'1" graduate student from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, and he's averaging 9 a game. Bo Gidgel, the guy who I love pronouncing his name as much as anybody. Bo, a 6'8" senior from Los Angeles, California, 13 points and the leading rebounder with 8 a game. Jeremiah Littlepage, once again, hi to Ma Littlepage down in Alabama at Birmingham. He's averaging 9 a game, 6'8" junior. And Ty Parks, the guy who's got one of the best senses of humor that you've ever seen anywhere, 19 points a game and also averaging 7 rebounds a game. Ty, a 6'5" senior from Pocahontas, Tennessee. And there you go up into the stands to see the ladies who are just so happy to be here tonight. Lady Bulldogs, it was touch and go in that first half, but they came out like a house of fire in the second half with 9 points in the first 2 minutes. And we're seeing so many of these young folks coming out to the games, and that's something we absolutely love. Boy, the guys are getting a huge, if you hear the roar in the background, there they are. I don't know if I've seen anything like that. And if they play like they just did right there on the court, this could be a Lollapalooza tonight. The Bulldogs coming in 11-8 on the season. They dropped 2 out of 3 in their recent road trip, but more importantly, they are still 10-5 in the conference, tied for 4th place with Alabama Huntsville, and the top 4 teams will host a game in the conference tournament coming up in February. Christian Brothers, 3-15 on the season, 3-12 in the conference. It's not been a good year for them, but they would love nothing better than to come on this floor to knock off Union. Overall in the series, they've met 86 times, and Christian Brothers has actually won 47 of them. But in the last 10 meetings, Union has taken 7 of those 10. And when they met in December down in Memphis, Union won 77-62. They led by 11 at the half. And so here come your starting lineups tonight. And, again, we want to thank all of our fine sponsors. And they're also recognizing the officials here for the job that they do in each of the games this evening. And this is what the presentation is to them. And our good friend, our really good friend who's acting as the team chaplain tonight, my good friend Ted Cluck. And he is a fashion plate tonight in that beautiful hat that he has, and he's knocking around some of his students who are playing for the Bulldogs. Ted Cluck, the professor of journalism here at Union University, and one of the best guys anywhere that you want to meet. Ted has written more than, I think Ted has written 24 books of sports variety, and included in that was what I think is an excellent tome on professional wrestling. But he's written 24 sports books, former contributor to ESPN, the magazine. I mean, you're talking about one of the most prolific people, and if he is not faculty member of the year at Union University eventually, something isn't right. They don't like for people like me to say that, but I just did. And I hope I'm not jinxing Ted at all. And we're waiting again on the presentation to finish up, and now we are set to go with tonight's game. I also want to mention the Coaches versus Cancer campaign. Most of us you're hearing about in Division I as Aiden Rusat's come out on the floor. But it's a great campaign to, again, raise awareness about the need to being screened for cancer, and so many coaches across the country are participating in this. And here's your last one, Daniel Luce from Clarksville, 6'6". They've got a tall team that is going to come in here and challenge Union. And here come the Bulldogs. J.T. DeBuck, the guy with the flowing hair. Jalen Johnson, transfer from University of Illinois, Chicago. And he's been a great addition here in his graduate year. Bo Gidgel. That was Jeremiah Littlepage that actually went first. And there is Ty Parks. Ty may look grim when he comes out like that, but let me tell you, this guy, he's got a grin that'll light up the room. And you saw in an interview we did with him earlier, he's got a sense of humor that it's hard to top. But he's all business out there on the floor. So we're about set to go. Bulldogs want to get back on the winning ways at home. Tonight they would become 11-5 in the conference. And also, big news tonight, Lee University lost its game in the women's half of the Gulf South Conference. And that's huge because they were the leader. That is their second conference loss, and so Union now is closing to within one game of Lee. It's Littlepage, and he'll jump it against Luce. And you got a double tip out of bounds, and we'll see if they will jump it again. That is usually the course. Doesn't happen often, but the official everybody getting a bit of a grin out of that. And I think now they're ready to go. So let the games begin. And the Bulldogs with the tip. And they're going to have a loud student section. You got a couple of fraternities over there that are really getting into it tonight. And it's good to see the students back here. Almost a steal, and it is one. So Union coughs it up right off the bat. This Christian Brothers team coming in with a bit of a chip on their shoulder. And Coach John T. Riley, he wants this team, as they continue to go down the stretch, to believe they could make a difference. They're not going to be, probably not even in the conference tournament that is only the top 8 teams, but that they could make a big difference as Garmony hits the first basket of the contest off of a Union turnover. And you're hearing defense off of that CBU bench. Ty right into the paint, and the floater goes. He loves to get the ball in his hand, particularly in the early going, because he's had some struggles in the first half of some games this year. CBU, probably their best bet. It's not going to be easy for them to run with Union, is that they could hold this game down somewhat in the 60s. They average 66 points a game themselves, but they give up 72. Under 10 on the shot clock. And they got just a little bit of a screen and the offensive board to Monroe. Madison Monroe in there from transfer from Western Carolina. He's a junior, goes 6'4". As I say, this is a tall CBU team. Fall away three is not there, and grabbing it quickly. Quick hands for Ruthsatz, but 30-second clock violation because, again, as I stressed during the women's game, the ball has to hit the iron. It cannot be just hitting the backboard, and even some players aren't familiar with that rule. Bulldogs sometimes have had struggles themselves in the first half. And big high arcer, and you could almost tell that was going nowhere for Jalen Johnson. And nice job of breaking the play up. Bulldogs have got 3-on-2. And here goes Ty, and draws the foul. No, the offensive foul they charged, so Parks draws the foul. So Union fritters away a turnover opportunity, and it's back to the Bucks. And they bring Parks up across midcourt to challenge Garmany. Ty goes about 6'7". Bo Gidgel, he's right up there at 6'8", so they can match up very well with them. And on the inside, a double fake, but they still can't get anything. Down to 3 on the shot clock. They're going to have to do a gamble. It's not going to go. And this is a foot race. Ty lost it, but it was off of the knee of Ruthsatz. Now, this guard is something else. There's some of those fraternity guys here from Union back in school, and all of them are really, particularly if they have a test tomorrow, they're not worried about it. They all studied this afternoon for that. And so they're very, very happy, secure in the knowledge that they'll make an A on whatever exam that they have tomorrow. They work the perimeter. Few professors aren't too happy with me for saying that the hook doesn't go for Bo Gidgel. So team struggling a little bit from the floor here in the first 3.5 minutes. We may get to the first media timeout and only have a basket for each team. Down to 8 on the shot clock. Union double teaming the basketball well. Somewhat of a bowling pass underneath, and the left-hand hook does not go. Not a shot clock violation because it had left his hands and then did hit the iron. So just because the buzzer goes off doesn't mean it is a violation. Oh, my goodness. And Little Page was not sure which way that Parks was going to cut. And so Union gives it up for the third time here in the first 4 minutes. In fact, each team with 3 turnovers now, and we still are hanging at 2-2. We don't expect a game that is going to be low scoring with these two. Union averaging 70 a game and holding its opponents to 68. Big three. No, off the iron. And they scramble, and Parks comes down with it. And big crash. That's a foul that is going to be on Deifel. And timeout is called, and the man who runs that company is out there to talk to his team. 15:41 remaining. It is Union 2, CBU 2. We'll be back right after we pause for the cause.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
There you go. And as she is high atop the gym to lead those cheers, this may have been the most sluggish first 4 minutes of a contest for both teams this season. Tied at 2, and everybody's had their opportunities, but just haven't seemingly been able to get clicking on the cylinders. So we're not going to give you a scoring update right now because there's not a lot to report at this stage of the game. Union 1 out of 3 from the floor for 33%. CBU 1 out of 5 for 20%. And CBU with the edge rebounding 5-1. They got 3 offensive rebounds, so Union has not been crashing the glass as much as I know Dave Niven hopes they will. Bulldogs have done very, very well in the conference race this year. And tonight, if they are successful, 11-5 would keep them in very good position. They're going to have another week off. They don't play Saturday. They will be back here next Thursday night. We'll have it on TV. And it'll be West Georgia and Valdosta State coming to town. And the hook finally topples in for Jeremiah Littlepage. Timed his jump well with that. So Bulldogs have their first lead. And Charlie Champagne is in the game for Christian Brothers. And on the drive-in, the foul. And that one is charged to Bo Gidgel. Parks has one, Gidgel has one, so about to check into the contest is going to be Yvonne Prug as well as Lane Sarver. And they say it was in the act of shooting, so Deifel will go to the line. He is a 74% free throw shooter. The team 64% on the season. You expect him to deliver. On the season, Deifel he's averaging 11 points a game. And he's playing out his extra year of eligibility here at CBU. Gets them both. And it's tied at 4. The guy with the flowing hair, and you always know something's up. If his hair is standing still, that means he's not doing what he usually does on the floor. Big three, off the mark. Rebound to Monroe. This CBU team, they spread their offense out. There's a lot of rotation around the perimeter. They don't depend on the three that much, but they're 38% from behind the arc. And the foul is going to be charged to Prug. No, it's going to be an offensive foul on Deifel. That was one of those bang-bang plays, and Deifel is charged with the foul. The BallGame Blitz Sports Network, powered by Worthy Road Studios. Tonight, it's Union University. Tomorrow night, a ton of high school games from all across West Tennessee. I'll be at USJ against Tipton Rosemark Academy. And here's Parks. That back-to-the-basket move of his is one of his trademark. They're down under 10 on the shot clock, so they're going to have to hurry. Fall-away jumper. Just will not drop for Jeremiah, and Ruth Satz the rebound. And they kicked it, and it was one of those things that in that case, it was Johnson, Darrell Johnson, who just for an instant took his eye off the ball, and it went through his hands. I don't think the pass was too hard. I think he was thinking of going to the basket before he actually caught the pass. That's the 5th turnover already for the Bucks. And, yeah, we have a perilously low score right now. From the corner. That one, the arc was too high. You could tell it, but high for the offensive board, and the follow would not drop. Ty Parks was robbed. 13.5 remaining, and it's still 4-4. And underneath, trying to find any range that he could, but there was nothing there for Johnson. And the fall-away three is there. Yvonne Prug. And Union finally gets on top, 7-4. We have a timeout. Bulldogs lead by 3 right here on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network.
Are you looking for a Christian college or starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
And there they are performing to Word Up, one of the most unusually named hit songs ever, and the seal of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. That is Cowboy Curling's new MOP logo, and that's an organization that I just have always, through the years, felt very strongly about the wonderful thing that they do that keeps athletes focused on the Christian life, and I can't say enough about FCA. They are a tremendous organization all throughout the country. 13-13 remaining in what has just been, for the most part, a sluggish first half as Union leads at 7-4 after that three-pointer by Yvonne Prug. And believe it or not, he's the leading scorer in the game on just that one shot. That has not happened to Yvonne during the course of this season. The young man from Croatia. Follow-away blocked. Excellent by Parks. So they've got 4-on-1, but they pick it back up. Prug thought about it from the outside again, and it was tipped. Couldn't get the pass. It was well-timed tip on that pass and trying to go through everybody, and no drop. Good block again by Littlepage. Oh, my goodness. They are collecting the blocks. They haven't blocked that many shots during the course of this season. .12.5 remaining with a 7-4 Union lead. Lady Bulldogs won it 80-67 over CBU. That's a much better CBU team than their record indicates. Fall away. Not there. Released it a little bit too late. But they get the offensive board, and they're going to work against Littlepage. And the turnaround and the bank shot is there for Darrell Johnson. He's from Trenton, New Jersey. Transfer from Cecil College. Littlepage looking for a cutter. And on that jump, forcing it, was Parks. Probably needed one more pass on that possession. And Dave Niven having a few conversations with the official about, he says it's getting a little bit rough and tumble out there under the goal. CBU taking its time, but now down to 7 on the shot clock. It's Deifel. It doesn't fall. Sarver the rebound, and again, the Bulldogs trying to put the speed on. They've got Newsom in the game now, Emmanuel. All right, let's see how Parks directs it. Now it's down to 10 for the Bulldogs. Too high. That pass was just too far out. Jeremiah is a big, rangy guy, but, I mean, he would have had to have extended longer by a yardstick to be able to come up with that, and we have another timeout. 10 minutes, 58 seconds remaining. Bulldogs lead CBU 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network.
7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. 7-6 on the BallGame Blit The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Worthy Road Studios does more sports production than anybody in West Tennessee. They're somewhere almost every single night of the week, led by the head of the trucking company, Paul Schultze. And Buster Bulldog trying to enjoy a little of it with the fans in the stands. And hopefully as this season progresses, we'll see more and more of the student body. Next Thursday and Saturday is when you really want to see a huge turnout here against West Georgia and Valdosta State. They are the two teams that have handed the Lady Bulldogs 2 of their 3 losses on the season. Lee University, the other one, but now Lee has lost a couple. Lady Bulldogs are only 1 game behind in the conference standings. Ruth Satz, he's really the quarterback of this club. He's an excellent guard. And they work up against Dujan Jordovich and manage to navigate the basket home, so Johnson has 4. Now he's the game's leading scorer. I can't believe that we're here at the 10.5-minute mark and this score is only 8-7. Almost knocked away. And it was. That's Ruth Stat's quick, just extremely lightning fast hands, and they cough it back up. Jordovich comes up with it. So the teams swap turnovers. 8 for Christian Brothers, 6 for Union. And again, the offenses have just not been able to get the engine cranked. And fall away. Jumper is there for Bo Gidgel, who finally gets into the scoring and getting a little seesaw, but Union up 9-8. And we've played more than half of this first 20 minutes of action. And almost trying to get one home was Johnson, but he draws the foul. And that is going to be on Jordovich, his first. 3rd team foul on the Bulldogs, 2 so far on Christian Brothers. So that sends Johnson to the free throw line. He is only a 53% free throw shooter. And that's the problem that he's had during the season, is a lot of his look like they have the range, but it hits the back of the iron. And misses them both. So Newsom to bring it down. He's another one that is so quick. And again, the hands of Ruth Satz, you've got to be careful from them anywhere you are on the floor because he's a snatcher. And Dave Niven has on the floor right now more players that we don't conventionally see in the starting lineup. And the bank is just too hard. And CBU comes down with it again. Still 9-8. Union leads it, but this is anything but the kind of game that we were expecting in the first half. Driving down and the foul. And that one is going to be the second on Jordovich, and that will send Madison Monroe to the line. From Charlotte, North Carolina, 6'4" junior. And he connects on the first one. Monroe doesn't start, but he's an 83% free throw shooter. He's also their leading rebounder with 5. So he contributes in a lot of different categories for this team. Excellent off-the-bench player. Checking back in, Jeremiah Littlepage for Union, and Ty Parks is also back in. This to give CBU the lead again. 10-9 as we're just under 9 minutes remaining in the first half. Steve Beverly live from David Blackstock Court on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network with Union University basketball. Here's Parks. He hasn't been able to get his game going like he likes to, but there you go, and the foul. It's almost like watching a hop, skip, and jump in track. So Ty will have an opportunity to get the three-point play, and he is an 84% free throw shooter. The only one who's higher in that category on this team is Jalen Johnson. Ty averaging 19 a game. And got that friendly bounce. Union back to the lead, 12-10. We have had 4 lead changes so far. And again, CBU at the perimeter. And trying to go and reaching in, trying to get it away with Sarver. And the jumper for the 3. It's short. And losing control of it once again was Prug. He was concentrating a little bit too much on tossing the pass and not realizing the footsteps of his defender were right behind him. Union with 7 turnovers now. That's going to be off of the elbow of Prug, who will check out of the game, and coming back in is Sarver. 12-10 game, and we got another timeout. Bulldogs still on top in an extremely low-scoring affair, 12-10. We'll be back right after we dash for the cash.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Can't say enough about our fine sponsors, including Gary Grisham and the fine folks at the Bank of Jackson, one of this community's great institutions. We thank them so much for sponsoring Union University basketball and the other sports that you see on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. And this hallowed institution has been one that has had many, many memorable games through the years. And Buster Bulldog is just being, he is being as congenial as I've ever seen him here. He has been visiting with the fans all over the place tonight. He's over here in the booster section and saluting everyone. I can tell you, I know from our pregame interview that we had at halftime of the women's game that Dave Niven, this is not the kind of game he expected. When they played down at CBU back in December, Union was up 44-33 at the half. We're not going to be close to that in this game. Officials are coming over to check something on the iPad, and they are, I think, trying to readjust time on the clock. Dave Niven will take this opportunity to get Bo Gidgel back in the game, and Sarver will sit down. So far, the game's leading scorer is Ty Parks with 5, and on the Christian Brothers side, 4 for Darrell Johnson. So nobody is building up any big stats tonight with this game. So we come back and it's CBU ball and Monroe to toss it in. I tell you, Newsom is chasing them all over the floor. The 3 in and out, and Littlepage with the rebound. The thing about this CBU team, though, you come down with a rebound and you better be careful because there are going to be probably 2 hands somewhere around where you've got the ball trying to knock it away. 7.5 to go. And that one went way high and off the back of the iron. And Union tonight, 1 out of 5 in three-pointers. And that one is an air ball. CBU has missed all 5 of its attempts. And Parks kicks it back outside. And the three connecting, the second one of the night, and it's Bo Gidgel. And timeout is called. 7:06 remaining, and we got a live dog here, not a bulldog, but a terrier that is nonetheless rooting for Union. It's 15-10 Bulldogs. Back in a moment. And this is a gym, as I say, over the years, has been the scene of many legendary contests in both the NAIA and the NCAA Division II years, and dating all the way back more than 50 years ago when everybody was NCAA. And you had Union defeating then Memphis State, and that is going to be on Littlepage. They caught him for a quick reach-in foul, and that is his first. It's only the 15th foul on Union, so nobody's in the bonus. CBU has committed 3. Union has its biggest lead of the contest at 5, 15-10. But this is just one of those that's been a slow, sluggish game as far as offensive performance is concerned. You would think that would somewhat play into the hands of CBU, but they have trailed for about 60%. And the turnaround jumper with a left-hand emphasis for Godowski, and that is his first 2 of the game. Bulldogs by 3. And on the inside, driving high, released it a little bit late. Jeremiah, he had it up. No, that was Parks. He had it up, but it just didn't quite fall. And that's a nice block down at the opposite end by Bo Gidgel. He broke up that play completely. Ty, such a smooth ball handler. 30-footer is there. That was from way downtown by Jalen Johnson. And Union now beginning to connect long distance. 3 out of 7 for 43% from behind the arc. And that one was just a forced. He just willed that in, and for Johnson, that gives him 6. And right through everybody, the left-hand layup does not go for DeBuck. And he's going to get it right back. It's a 3-on-2. DeBuck, the turn, the spin, and the layup. Getting that Bank of Jackson shot. And timeout is called with 5:20 remaining. Union leads it 20-14, back in 30 seconds.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
More of the Union cheerleaders. They're talking over how they can convince their moms to send them a care package of food before the weekend is over with, because they've been here back on campus for the last, now this is the 3rd week back on campus, and they're hungry. Even when they go to the cafeteria, they're still hungry. They need something to munch on in their dorm rooms. And so that's what they were discussing there. 5:20 to go. Interestingly, Coach Riley has used all but one of his timeouts in this first half. So he can only stop the action one more time. He's going to have to depend on media timeouts the rest of the way, or any time that Dave Niven would call one. Beautiful spin move by Johnson, and he has been their offense. 8 of the 16 points that Christian Brothers has. Union back by 4. And that one was just a little bit of lackadaisical pass, and going down, it's Gidgel. He drew the foul and was very fortunate to. The foul is charged to Garmany. That'll be his second. Nobody in the bonus. And Cowboy Curling he's been a dynamo tonight. 3 times during the women's game. That's his first on-court appearance during this men's game tonight. And Jeremiah working one-on-one against Johnson. Fires the bank. Another Bank of Jackson shot for Jeremiah Littlepage. Bulldogs still matching their largest lead of 6 at 22-16. Getting close to the 4-minute mark. They may actually hit 30 here before we get to halftime, and I thought there was no way that was going to happen in the first 10 minutes. And that one went behind his back and trying to scramble to save it. That was a huge pass. And Bowe from the corner, and it does not go. Union frittered away an off-turnover opportunity from that one. So Rusatz slows it down. And again, this Christian Brothers team, primarily, their best hope is to try to keep the game slower paced. And he's just lost a shoe. And somehow gets it back on. And stolen. Now watch this. Now he's going to slow it back up. I didn't think he would try to carry it all the way. So Union again trying to pick up one off the turnover. JT has no room to move, then stops and pops and hits. JT with 4. And Rusatz trying to figure out a way to get that shoe back on, and so it's got an official's timeout. He lost that shoe back down at the Union end. Let's take a quick break here. 30 seconds, be right back.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, that's the last of our media timeouts in the first half. Union up by 8, 24-16. And when I tell you that we got to the 10-minute mark and the game was 9-8, I thought there was no way we would have Union with 24 at this point, because it was just really a sluggish early part of this game, and Union's picked up the tempo somewhat. Here is your BallGame Blitz Sports Network total board. Union shooting now 46%, 10 out of 22. And CBU 6 out of 18 for 33%. And the Bucks have missed all 5 of their 3-pointers. Union 3 out of 8 for 37.5%. Union's only been to the free throw line 1 time and hit it. That was Ty Parks. Christian Brothers 4 out of 6 for 67%. They lead in rebounding, do the Bucks 16-8. Having a huge advantage over Union in rebounding, but it hasn't really helped them because they haven't had that many second chance points at the basket. But they've given it up 11 times to Union's 7 turnovers. Union has picked up 11 points off of those turnovers that Christian Brothers has made. So let's see how Coach Riley plays it off the media timeout as we approach the 3-minute mark of this first half. Union's defense has been holding up quite well. That was somewhat of an over-the-head jumper for Charlie Champagne. And they work around the perimeter. And Bo's going to try the big one, and it goes off the back of the iron, and Champaign the rebound. 2:30 to go, and the Bucks trying to close this down to perhaps even 3 points after trailing by 8 twice. They're staying around the perimeter, and then what a bank shot that was for Monroe. He has 4, and that was from far outside, and so his geometry had to be absolutely perfect. We got a 4-point game, and tipped away. No authority on that pass, and there's no way they're going to stop this one unless that's an offensive foul, and it was. That was one of those where the momentum just went too quick, and it was Johnson who had the perfect defensive position, and that is the 3rd foul on Garmany. So they're going to get him out of there. That is not what they were hoping from him because he's not a prolific scorer, but he does so many things with 40 assists on the season coming into this game, and he's had none tonight, but that's what they expect for him to do is be a guy who dishes off. Ty with that change of pace dribble and the low center of gravity. Open for the 3. No, well short. JT just did not have enough Wheaties for breakfast this morning on that shot. Chance of defense from the Bulldog bench. They're at 14 on the shot clock. 4-point game. They got to hurry down to 3. They're going to have to go backdoor. A fall-away jumper is there. That's one of those. Charlie Champaign contributes again at the very last second. Was able to make it drop. It's a 6-0 run now for the Bucks. Union needs one now. They have not scored in the last 2.5 minutes. Little Page directing his wing guards. And that goes back to Jeremiah. He was fortunate to kick that out. And they were trying for, he's not going to get it off. Ty, almost about the only thing Ty could have done would have been to have popped that one. No, they're going to call a foul. And I can see Coach Riley's expression. He is not happy about that. And I must tell you, Union is extremely fortunate because no, they aren't calling a foul. Now the change of pace is going back to Union for a new 20. They said it was off the hand, so it's not a foul, but Union gets the ball back, and how fortunate the Bulldogs are. 30 seconds on the half. And Ty goes in with a spin move and draws the foul. That's on Monroe, his second. That also puts Union, even though this is a 2-shot foul, in the last 27.4. Union finally would be in the bonus. So Parks with 5 for the Bulldogs, and he's got 2. In and out. That cylinder robbed him. The cylinder needed to lose a little weight on that one. And checking back in quickly is, for the first time, Meso Nebadum. He is from Kalamazoo, Michigan. A junior. He's checking in now for the Bucks. And Ty with 1 of 2. Union by 3, and they are going to press. See if they can force a turnover here back in about a half-court trap situation. And they finally get it across. They've got 20 to go on the shot clock, which is turned off. Down to 12. This is Ruthsatz. Down to 5. Almost stolen. They put up the big bomb, and that is going to be a 3-shot foul. Over there trying to make the block was Gidgel, and he commits the foul, and that is going to give CBU an opportunity to tie the game as we go to the locker room with 0.9 left on the clock. And Ruth Satz is there, and an 87% free throw shooter. Odds are he's going to nail all three of these. And does the first one. Aiden tonight that was actually his first point of the game, and he's their leading scorer. Well, he's going to get a chance to get two more of them back. And one more for the candle on the cake, and this could tie the game, and Union had a 24-16 lead, and it ends the half with a 9-1 run for CBU. And that's the kind of perfection you expect from him. So all you got time is throw a big bomb pass and get a volleyball. No, they're not going to get one off. They knew it. Nobody was open deep. And the Bucks immediately get back to the locker room, and that's somewhat of a deflation for the Bulldogs because they had this game at least. It looked like they were opening it up a bit, up by 8 at 24-16, and then gave 9 of the last 10 to CBU, including that 3-shot foul right there at the end of the half. So let me give you the scoring totals as we get ready to go to a very special feature here at halftime. For Christian Brothers, it is Darrell Johnson, the leader, with 8. And you got Champaign with 4 and Monroe with 4. And for Union, they're all spread out. You've had 6 different Bulldogs to score. They had 7 different Bucks to score. You've had 6 Bulldogs to score, led by Ty Parks with 6. And you got 5 for Bo Gidgel and 4 each for Little Page and DeBuck. But in really not an offensive show at all in the first half for either team, and it's 25 all as we go to the locker room. And tonight, before we go, if we can, I'm going to get Christopher to go back down to the bottom here, and this is going to be a presentation to Coach Mark Campbell, and the ball signifying his 700th coaching victory. This is a milestone faster than any coach in college basketball history has achieved. 700 victories in 811 games. And they're going to call over his entire team. We wanted to show you this before we go to our feature because Mark is one of these that he never likes to talk about himself and these milestone accomplishments. But when you think about this, whether it's NAIA, Division III, Division II, or Division I NCAA, this is why we here at Union, many of us believe he is the greatest of all time. And there they are, the entire team, to celebrate 700 wins for Mark Campbell, the winningest coach in Union University history. And as we say, in all of college basketball, the fastest to 700 wins, even faster than the legendary Adolph Rupp. How about that, folks? Mark Campbell, not only one of the great coaches of all time, but a great friend to all of us here at Union University. Well, tonight we have a very special feature. During the course of the Christmas season, we brought you a lot of music for the holiday season from not only the Union University Symphonic Band, but also from the Voices of Proclamation, as well as the entire Union University Singers. And a lot of you told us that you like to see that music as a break during the game. We'll have a little sign up there to remind you that the second half is coming up. But tonight we're going to take you to some selections from the Union University Jazz Band. And this is a concert that anytime you get to hear that group, I mean, you come away just feeling like you're on top of the world. And I hope you do when you see this. So right now, here for our halftime feature, it's the Union University Jazz Band.
Hey, Steve Beverly's TV Classics is now on every Saturday night.
Oh, that's right.
You're invited to watch.
Oh, how can I turn down such a gracious invitation?
It's on every Saturday from 7 to 10.
I think it's wonderful.
Sheer genius.
It's on E+ TV 6.
People do seem to like my smile.
Watch Saturday night, 7 to 10 on E+ TV 6, where our reruns are the best.
They sure are.
Well, that was a great presentation to Coach Mark Campbell for his 700th career victory tonight, 701. But one of the most outstanding men, as well as one of the greatest of all time basketball coaches, anytime, anywhere. It's time now for your ball game blitz halftime stats. And, folks, it hasn't exactly been a clinic here in the first half. Let's tell you how everything is shaping up for Union. The shooting percentages are just about even. Union 10 out of 24 and Christian Brothers 9 of 21. 3-pointers, Union 3 of 10. There's one each for Prug, Johnson, and Gidgel. And for CBU, they are 0 of 5. Now, this is a team that is 38% from behind the arc, but they haven't been able to hit one tonight. Free throws, Union 2 out of 3 for 67%. Christian Brothers 7 of 9 for 78%. And there have been relatively few fouls called in this game. Only 13 fouls between the two teams, but CBU has gone after it against the glass more. Union has been sorely out-rebounded 18-8 in this game. And in turnovers, Bulldogs have only given it up 8 times compared to 12 for the Bucks, but Union's been able to convert those into 11 points, only 6 for CBU, and you would think that would give Union a lead, but because this game has been played really at the tempo that CBU prefers to play, it is going to be what we see right now, a deadlock, 25-all. Union had a lead as large as 8 twice. The last time was with 3 minutes and 21 seconds left in the first half. They were up 24-16, and they gave up 9 of the last 10 points to end up in this deadlock at halftime. Very, very low scoring. Union averaging 70 points a game, CBU 66. But I know the feeling was that for John Riley's team to have their best opportunity, it was going to have to keep this game down potentially in the 50s. And there you are where the brain trust goes. That door that you saw back there was where the guys go for their confab before the game and at halftime. So it'll be interesting to see if Dave Niven jacks up the tempo here in the second half, reminding you that the Bulldogs are 10-5 in the Gulf South Conference. They came into tonight tied with Alabama Huntsville for 4th. They're only 2 games back of Lee, a team that Union defeated on one of our most recent telecasts. Union got a 10-point victory over Lee. And so, and there you are. These are the 3 ladies who are the most cordial that you can see when you go to the concession stands at Union University games. They will greet you with a smile, and they will see to it that you get whatever you want to eat unless they don't have it in their menu. But we're about set to go, about 35 seconds. Remind everybody that all across the BallGame Blitz Sports Network, we will be bringing you high school basketball, so you go to the Worthy Road Studios YouTube page, and you'll be seeing a lot of it across the board. I'll be calling USJ against Tipton Rosemark Academy as the Bruins and Lady Bruins will be going for their second consecutive victories of the week. And here you go, some of our great security force here at Union. Those people do a yeoman's job and I was employed here for 29 years, and those people are, they're the kind that they don't get enough credit for what they do to try to keep this campus safe. Great people. So here we go, Bucks with it and a chance to take the lead again. The last time that CBU had the lead was to open up the first half. They got the first basket of the game, and then Union led it the rest of the way, although we had a couple of ties. Oh, no travel called, and the give and go goes to Luce, and that is his first basket of the game, and the Bucks are ahead at David Blackstock Court. It's 27-25. They're double teaming back there against Jalen Johnson. All right, Bo's playing way out front. They haven't been able to get one of those give and goes, but that time they did. Littlepage, they've not been able to get one to Jeremiah where he's sailing down the lane. That's the first time in this game. He's got 6 now. And we're tied again. We're with you tonight on big fall-away 3 is not there, and they just let that one go, and Union will have it. Coming your way tonight on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network, as well as UUathletics.com and ePlus TV 6 right here in Jackson Energy Authority in Jackson, Tennessee. Glad to have you on every platform of our network tonight. As the Bulldogs try to retake the lead, they got to get Parks more energetic into this one. They really held him down in the first half. That was about a quadruple spin move, and he gets his own rebound. And the big bomb 3. Yes! J.T. DeBuck with his first 3 of the game. Now, one thing you got to remember, Christian Brothers has only 1 timeout remaining in this game. Dave Niven has 4. Almost stolen. DeBuck would have been gone if that had been the case. And almost a jump ball situation. And 5. Are they going to charge that? I don't say that too often. They charged that one to J.T. DeBuck. That's his first foul, and that was a flash foul. Rusat's trying to direct them further back, and they're going all the way back beyond midcourt. And this young guy, he was held to 3, and they were all at the end of the half when he got a 3-shot foul and hit all 3 free throws. He's not the guy you want to put on the line if you're Union and the game is in the balance. That's it. 30-second clock violation. Every now and then it comes back from days yonder when the men had 35-second shot clocks. I'm glad it's 30. So that was a big turnover, number 13 for the Bucks. And stealing. Bo just had no authority on that pass, and it was picked up by Deifel. And they go underneath. And jump ball. Alternate possession will go to Union. And that was a perfect tie-up. Excellent defense on the part of the Bulldogs. And CBU is not going to press. Coach Riley bends down and just tries to settle his team down and set the defensive alignment. All right, they're going to Parks inside. And he threw it away. He was trying to go cross court to DeBuck, and he didn't get it high enough. They scramble, and the second one does not go by Luce. And this is going to be a battle on the inside, and it did not drop for Johnson. That's been the story tonight for Union, not being able to get a lot of inside baskets. They've had your 10 to 12-foot jumpers, but they've not been terribly successful inside. And here goes a steal. Now, this is the third time the Bulldogs have forced a turnover in this half, and there you go. The big splash. Jeremiah Littlepage nails it home, and we have timeout. Bulldogs with that one back on top, 32-27, and we'll be back in 30 seconds.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
Well, for CBU, Coach Riley opted to stop the clock there, and he's out of timeouts. And we got 16 minutes, almost 16 and a half remaining, and Cowboy Curling tried to crash that party with these 4 young ladies. He told me at halftime that he's trying to plan a curling game on this floor. And he says he's not only going to be the coach, he's going to play. Dave Niven certainly had to be happy with the last 2 possessions for the Bulldogs as they go up 5. But this is really interesting because CBU can only stop the clock with the media timeouts and with anytime Dave Niven would take a timeout. And Dave is probably not going to take one unless suddenly Union gets behind or unless he sees his team is just so winded in this game. But this has not been one of those up and down the floor contests. And Dave and Easton Bozzoli are giving instructions for them to come back up and do a bit of a half-court trap press. Ruth Satz is one that doesn't fear that at all, but almost stolen. Parks reached in and almost got it away. And the turnover does not occur, but it was very, very close. And Deifel will toss it in, and here we go again with 17 on the shot clock. And it went off the foot. Again, frustration turnover. And they kick it to the inside and off the back of the arc, but it is. Now, are they going to say that was goaltending? I think they're going to call it goaltending and not give him the tip in. And you can see how Dave Niven feels about that. And some of the fans over across the way in the student section are likewise not pleased. We got timeout. And Dave Niven he's still having a conversation with the official at the opposite end. We'll take a break. 32-27, Bulldogs on top. Back with more after this.
Are you looking for a Christian college or starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
And a Lady Bulldog and Bulldog cheerleaders with another one of their routines. Boy, they have to be athletic to do what they do. Let me give you the BallGame Blitz Sports Network update. Scoring right now, Darrell Johnson is the leader for Christian Brothers with 8. Nobody else has more than 4, but they have had 8 different bucks to score. For Union, the leader, Jeremiah Littlepage, with 8. 7 for J.T. DeBuck and 6 for Ty Parks. But again, so many of the Bulldog players now are still in single digits. And Union's going to come back up and offer a challenge. It's not an all-court press, but it is a half-court trap press. So we're under 16 minutes remaining. And let's see how Coach Riley plays it. They're working one-on-one against DeBuck in a long 3 that just goes off the iron. And Parks big with a rebound. And a steal. And the foul. And that one is going to be on Jalen Johnson, his first. Union doesn't have anyone in foul trouble. Gidgel has 2 and Yordovich has 2. On the other side, Garmany has 3 and Monroe has 2, and the officials are discussing something. Now let's see what they're saying. I think it may have been a question as to who the foul was charged to. Well, regardless, we'll try to sort all of that out like they say on Patrol Live on Friday nights. Again, the game is at a sluggish pace offensively. Staying outside the perimeter. Ruth Satz with it, trying to get somebody open. He's down to 8 on his shot clock. And again, Union's defense, and they are going to scramble and get it away. Big steal. That's the 17th turnover for Christian Brothers. Union's picked up 13 of its points off their mistakes. All right, let's see what Bo does with it. And gets the right-hand hook shot in. Not exactly a sky hook, but he powered that ball through, and Bo with 7. Not the largest lead, but 34-27. 3-possession margin for the Bulldogs. And Monroe trying to get open, and there was too much traffic inside. He was triple teamed. Let's see if Union can pick it up off the turnover. And on the inside, reverse layup is there for Parks. Tie with 8. And now that is the biggest lead of the game for the Bulldogs at 36-27. And not to belabor it, but just to remind you, there are no timeouts remaining for Christian Brothers. And checking in for Union, I tell you what, Jalen Johnson is just winded, and so they're going to get in Lane Sarver. The 6'6" bank shot does not go. Lane Sarver, the 6'6" freshman from New Madison, Ohio. All the way down with the left hand. Switching hands on it, J.T. DeBuck. He's now Union's leading scorer with 9. And Union has gone on a mild flurry here to take a double-digit lead. Has picked up 17 points off turnovers by CBU. And look at Littlepage on the defense. Gets the block. Total rejection. And Bulldogs threatening to blow this wide open. No, off the back of the iron. Here come the Bucks again. Charlie Champagne trying to see if he can quarterback this team into settling down. We were tied at halftime, and Union is on a 13-2 run. And they can't get it up over Littlepage, and great block by Gidgel on the reverse layup attempt by Monroe. Big long 3, no. But the follow, and Gidgel will go to the line. And that one is on Deifel. That will be his second. So Bo on the season is a 59% free throw shooter. You figure if you get 1 out of 2 out of him, you're happy with it. Well, not happy, but I'm not going to be like Mr. Kimball on Green Acres. Well, it's a good day. Well, not a good day. Well, not a bad day. But anyway, whatever you get from Bo at the free throw line, you chalk it up and you're happy about it. And short. That's been one of his key problems, is that for much of the season when he's been at the line and he's missed, he has been short with them. That's only the 4th free throw that the Bulldogs have shot all game. And same thing. And the rebound coming off to Nebadum. And again, this has been a quiet CBU team in scoring in this second half. Big 3 goes off the mark, and it's going to be into the hands of Gidgel. Dangerous cross-court pass. They got Littlepage up high, but he sets the screen, and Sarver for the 3. That was in and out. He was absolutely robbed. That was almost like watching a traffic light change from yellow to red while you're trying to go under it. Under 12 minutes to go. Bulldogs defense has held up well, and they finally put a little offense with it here in the second half. But the wide open screen, and it's not there. They are just ice cold in this second half. They are 0 of 9 from behind the arc. And there's one trying to go the other way. Not there, and Ruthsat's the rebound. And he's been held in this game to 3 himself. $11 minutes remaining. Ruthsatz takes his time. Again, this is a much more deliberate team. They do crash the glass well. And tipped away. It will go back to CBU with 2 seconds on the shot clock. But before that, we will have a timeout for you at home to enjoy what's about to appear before you. And that's with Union ahead 38-27.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Well, Bulldogs on top by 11. And the last time we had a break, I said they had a 13-2 run. They still have a 13-2 run here in the half. Dave Niven, this has to be a difficult game to coach because you're having to deal with a slower tempo that CBU likes to run. And it was very difficult in the first half for Union to get explosive in any way. But they finally managed to get some points on the board here to start this second half. And it's going to be a case of catch me if you can. Mark Campbell and his wife Molly. And again, the great celebration of his 700th coaching victory. And there is so much pride in this place at the job that Mark has done since he took over as the women's head coach in 1999. And there is the other head coach at Union University, the head coach of the whole place, President Dub Oliver. My wife and I had a great time visiting Europe during the summer with Dub and his wife Susie and 34 others from West Tennessee. It was a delightful trip. And this is a delightful trip tonight if Union holds on and wins this one. We still got a little bit more than half of this period. Big bomb three, and it just goes off the iron and the foul. Excellent job by Dusan Jordovic to try to nail that one with the follow, and he'll go to the line for 2. The foul was charged to Godowski. That is his first. We've only had 17 fouls called in this game tonight. Jordovic. And he contributes to the total tonight. And that makes 7 Bulldogs that have scored during the evening. And Dujan, perfect form. And the Bulldogs with their largest lead now at 13, 40-27. They're on a 15-2 run to start this half. And we're almost halfway through it. And again, Coach Riley looking for any kind of combination, but he has no timeouts, and there's another turnover. Excellent job of knocking that one away by J.T. DeBuck. And the 3. No, short. Union 4 of 17 from behind the arc. If they'd even had 2 or 3 more of those. And Ruthsatz, that is so uncharacteristic of him to put up an air ball. That's not his basketball. And underneath, Jordovic can't get it to go, but he'll go to the line for 2 more. It has been a tough night from behind the arc for Union. The foul is charged to Godowski, his second straight in as many possessions. And we are at 9:48 remaining in the game. Jordovich, not a prolific scorer, usually comes off the bench. But the guy from from Serbia, pardon me, he always contributes quality minutes to this team. 6'8" junior. And missed them both. That is not customary for him. He doesn't go to the line that often, but he usually delivers at least 1 out of 2. They're back behind the arc with 9:30 remaining. Double spin move, and nailing it through finally is Luce. He's got 4, and that is only the 4th point of the second half for Christian Brothers. And that one just got completely out of the fans. It's like DeBuck had butter on his hands, and he coughs up one. And a whistle away from the ball. Well, let's pick up who that's. That is going to be on Jordovich, and that is his 3rd. That is only the 3rd team foul on the Bulldogs, each team with 3 team fouls. Dade Niven still has 3 timeouts remaining, but as we say, Coach Riley has used all of his. He used all but one of them in the first half. Deifel looking for somebody underneath and traveling. Yep. He took a step before he went on his drive, and so that is 22 turnovers for the Bucks. Sarver is back in the game, and so let's see how Dave Niven plays this one off the turnover. They've got Emmanuel Newsom back in. $15 on the shot clock. Sarver's trying to lurk there underneath the basket. And they got to hurry. Newsom's going to scramble. He's not going to get it off. 30-second violation. They were just in too much trouble and too much traffic down on the right-hand end of the floor. And with 8:26 to go, we got a timeout. So we will turn it back over to our fine sponsors to tell you something that you need to know about them and come right back here with Union up by 11.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Union was attempting to call a timeout, and in fact, one was accepted by the officials, and now what they're trying to do is to go back and look at the replay and see how much time was left on the shot clock, if anything, when the timeout was called, because it was getting perilously close in that 30-second possession. Buster Bulldog on his four-wheeler here as he continues to entertain the fans. He's been all over the place tonight. And Cowboy Curling, who was not nominated for Best Supporting Actor in a movie this year, but he's trying hard, and next year he hopes that is going to be the case. All right, so they've put 1 second back on the clock. They got time to just get somebody in and do a volleyball tip. And they do. And he got it. Do you believe it? Bo Gidgel nailed that one, and it is a 3, and he was fouled. A chance at a 4-point play. How do you do? You don't see that often. With 1 second left on the shot clock, and you toss it into the guy, and then here it goes, and he gets the 3 and the foul. And so let's see if Bo can do it as a 4-point play. Yes! A rarity. It's like a triple play in baseball. The 4-point play, and Bo Gidgel gives Union a 15-point lead, largest of the game at 44-29. Boy, the Union fans are really on Ruthsatz after that air ball that he shot. And here goes the steal. And it went on the line. Unfortunately, Jeremiah could not hold on to it. Now, that was Newsom instead of Jeremiah. Newsom thought he had it, and he did, but could not stop his momentum. Buster Bulldog has been on camera so much tonight that he may have to get a SAG Union card after this is over with. And Ruthsatz just forces off the defender, and he has had a rough night tonight. This is just not his game usually. And taking it down the lane is Johnson. He's the first in double figures for CBU with 10. Gidgel, with that 4-point play, now has 11 for Union. And here goes a steal. Ruthsatz has it, and he's going to take it all the way. Left-hand layup, and so suddenly Union is giving up 5 in a row. A 44-33 game. Union has picked up 23 points off turnovers. CBU only 8 with those last 2. Wide open for the 3. No, short. So CBU getting a chance to shave this lead down. Yep, he slid. Unfortunately loose, looking back behind him, and his foot slid. And 7:07 remains. Another media timeout is taken, and we will give you this break. And so Union leads by 11. Back with more after this. Well, for Coach Riley, as we say, the media timeouts are all he can rely on now. Dave Niven has 2 remaining, but as far as being able to call one as a team, CBU is out of them. So far, Bo Gidgel, the game's leader, with 11 points, 9 for J.T. DeBuck, and 8 each for Little Page and Parks for Union. For CBU, 10 points for Darrell Johnson, 5 for Aiden Ruthsatz, and nobody else has more than 4. And that's how we stack up. Union's biggest lead was at 15 at 44-29, but they've given up the last 2 buckets to CBU. And the one thing you don't want to do is start making careless passes or put on the brakes if you are a Union fan, and Dave Niven definitely doesn't want to see that. Again, this would be Union's 11th conference victory of the season. They've got 8 more to go after this, so it's a long way from being over. And Gidgel just forced his way on the inside and just moved Johnson out of the way. That was just sheer grit and determination. And Gidgel with 13. He's got 6 rebounds as well. And almost a steal again from the corner. Yes. That was a big one for Nebadum. His first 3 of the game, and that is actually the first 3 of the game for CBU as they've cut it to 10. Parks that low center of gravity, double spin move, and nails it. Parks now in double figures, and it's about time for him to get his engine cranked. Ruthsatz trying to set his offense. He just turns off all the fans over there who are riding his case. Double fake, and it's too high, but the follow is there for Luce. So Daniel Luce with 6. Under 6 minutes remaining from David Blackstock Court here in the heart of North Jackson, Tennessee. Union spreading it out a little bit more. 12 on the shot clock. And going for the bomb. That one just caroming off. Rebound coming off into Johnson. Johnson has 5 rebounds. Monroe has 7 for Christian Brothers. Rusat's very calm, trying to direct the traffic of his team. After getting down 15, they have slowly been able to close it on the inside. Missed that one. So Bulldogs really dodged one there. Down the baseline and drawing the foul, which will be charged to Deifel, and that is his 3rd. That is the 4-15 foul now on the Bucks. As we're getting close to the 5-minute mark, we got one more media timeout to go. I don't think Dave Niven is going to be anxious to use any of his 2 timeouts remaining as long as he maintains the lead right now. They tried to go to the inside to Littlepage and led him too far. Down to 5 on the shot clock. They have to hurry. Fall away. Nope. Off the mark. But Gidgel there for the offensive rebound. His 7th. And down the lane he goes with it. And Bo with 15. That's his 6th bucket from the floor. 15 points, 7 rebounds for Gidgel. Union back to the 12-point margin. And they're going to work against Bo. And trying to travel. And that one just went nowhere. And that was all Bo Gidgel's defense that made that happen, breaking it up with Johnson. Tipped away. Nice defense on the part of Nebadoom, pardon me. I got the B and the D crossed up. Checking back in is Madison Monroe. And we're about to go down under 4 minutes. Bulldogs have 26 on this possession to shoot. And Parks thought about the 3, and somebody was fouled before that one got into the hands of Littlepage. And so Union will play it underneath, and 3:59 remaining. Here's our final media timeout. Bulldogs still on top by 12 against Christian Brothers, and we'll be back after this.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Remind you, we'll be back here next Thursday night, same time, same channel and platforms. 5:15 will be our airtime for the pregame show as the Bulldogs and Lady Bulldogs will take on the always tough West Florida. And then the following Saturday, and we'll be in February at that point, the following Saturday, they take on Valdosta State. And that is going to be a big, big weekend as far as the conference standings are concerned. I hope to see a lot of you out here in person, but if not, join us here on the BallGame Blitz Sports Network, on UUathletics.com, and on E+ TV6. There it is, the symbol of integrity for broadcasting in West Tennessee and streaming. BallGame Blitz Sports Network, powered by Worthy Road Studios. 3:59 remaining, Bulldogs by 12, and they have 20 seconds to navigate a shot. They've pretty well controlled the second half after they got out to that 9-0 run to open it. And again, they'd love to get it inside to Parks. We've only seen one big splash dunk tonight. Here we go. And just easily off the glass. He didn't have to kill it. And Jeremiah Littlepage now with 10. So they got 3 in double figures. Down to the 3:30 mark. And boy, they're not huge in number, but they have really been a factor over there in the Bulldog student section. That one well short. And that one's going to get away. It's Union's ball. Luce tried to save it and tossed it aside, and it went back into the over there close to the scorer's table, so Union will play it. 3:23 to go. We could be getting out of this very, very quickly here late in the game, so just hang with us. We'll try to give you at least who the player of the game is. And that one just too crisp on the part of DeBuck off the hands of Littlepage. And I think Jeremiah's telling him, I wasn't going up into the stands after that one. 3:10 to go. Bulldogs still by 14. They have given Ruth Satz a fit tonight. Of course, Union's done a great job of holding them down to 5 points. The jumper for the three. It is not there. The follow is there for Luce. Excellent offensive rebound as we're under 3 minutes. It's 52-40. Union will probably not be in a hurry to put up a basket unless they get somebody wide open. They'll just shave as much time as they can off of this clock. As I say, this game is going to be for them probably in the 50s, almost stolen. And it's going to go back to Union with 2:29 remaining and 9 on the shot clock. Coach Mark Campbell and Molly, we've had a lot of cameo appearances with them tonight. And Cowboy Curling down there getting up all of the, shall we say, the moisture. He with that mop, he is somewhat like when you get a Bermuda high that comes in during the summer and it's very dry. And here they go. Down to 4. Union's got to hurry. Bo's going to try the hook and gets it. 17 for Bo. This has been his night. And we're down to the final 2:15. And Christian Brothers just doesn't have enough possessions to make a run at this late. And I think Union's going to back off and not try to get any cheap fouls. Ruth Satz cannot get it. And off the hands and out of bounds, trying to get that offensive board and get it back up. And Godowski would have had a good look at it, but he loses it. Under 2 minutes to go. Now, Dave Niven was not having a toothache there. It's just his expression as he goes backward on the bench. And Cowboy clears it off. And we're about to wrap it up with Union going 11-5 on the season. That's pretty well assured now with this 14-point lead and less than 2 to go. And underneath, the hook. Not there, but Bo goes to the line for 2. Bo knows when they're coming close to him, and he's going to try to pick it up and get the foul. Gidgel tonight, 1 out of 3 from the line, but 17 points and 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 steals. He's done it all and gets it. 18 for Bo. His season's average coming into the night was 13, so he has had himself a fine night. Littlepage with 10, and Parks with 10, and Justin DeBuck with 9, and gets them both. Now it's the biggest lead of the night for Union at 56-40. And Littlepage checks out. Parks will check out. Johnson retires for the evening, and so Union brings in some of the bench players to ride out the final minute 40. And all kinds of traffic trying to go down the lane, and still good defense. And, no travel called, and I don't know how that wasn't. Fall-away jumper does not go. And here goes Union on the attack again. Backdoor pass, then trying that hook in. Yordovich doesn't get it to go. I thought for a minute CBU was going to have numbers. We're down to the final minute. And Union is going to get back to the winning ways and, again, keeping pace for that fourth place slot that would guarantee a home game during the conference tournament. And Ruth Satz, again, can't get one to fall from outside. And a foul. No, it's a jump ball. Instead, they tied him up. And the alternate possession goes back to CBU with 41.8 seconds remaining. And coming in are a couple of guys that you don't see too often. Garrett Vick from Camden, Tennessee, and Will Jackson from Columbia. And that always gets a big roar from the student section. These guys that you don't see in there very often. If either one of them nails down a shot here late, that's going to be huge. And Union gets the steal. 26 turnovers tonight for Christian Brothers. And Union will have at least one more shot at the basket before we end this one tonight. And the question is, it looks like a turnover, and to be honest with you, I'm out of the officials' range here on my monitor, and I don't see what they called. Regardless, CBU will now have the final opportunity at a basket. And they work the perimeter again. They're doing their basic disciplined offense. And the foul. That is going to be charged to Will Jackson. So they'll go to the line for two. And we're going to try to wrap it up very, very quickly after this with 7 seconds remaining. And he nails it. He got the basket as well, so it was a three-point play, and Union is just going to skate the game time out here. That's it. Bulldogs are going to win it 56-43. Let me wrap it up real quick. And I will tell you, Bo Gidgel, the leading scorer for the game, 19 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 steals. And he also had a blocked shot in the game. So Bo with the 19 points, 10 each for Little Page and Parks and 9 for Justin DeBuck. The leader on the other side for CBU was Darrell Johnson with 10. But no question about it, Bo Gidgel is our player of the game from the BallGame Blitz Sports Network, and our congratulations to Bo for the night for that. We'll be back with you 1 week from tonight as Union will be taking on West Florida in an extremely important conference doubleheader. And so until then, let's see very quickly who our people are that made this game possible. And here we go. Adriana Bolin and Eric Inman, Stephanie Janda, Olivia Barlow, and Paul Schultze on cameras. Christopher Reasons, your ever-cool, ever-present director. The game produced by Paul Schultze and yours truly, Steve Beverly. And Paul, of course, the head of the trucking company, is your executive producer. I'm Steve Beverly, and until we're with you a week from tonight, so long from the great hub city of West Tennessee.